Narendra, CEO, Director, and co-founder of Symphony Tech Biologicals. Sir is an immunologist. He has tremendous experience in development of vaccines and biologics. And apparently, he also loves classical music. May I please request Dr. Narendra on the stage? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for having this session in this summit, which is so exciting. When you enter, it's the energy. You can feel the energy in this place, and obviously in the space between IT and BT. And Vijay Chandru, who's here, who's spearheading this whole effort and inviting me. Thank you, Vijay. So, as a show of hands, how many of you are in the IT sector? 4. This whole summit is supposed to be this merger between the IT and BT sector, right? So I'm going to tell you a little story. I love Hindustani classical music, and I go to this conference on classical music in Boston. It's called the LearnQuest Academy. Okay? And they pride themselves of, they've been doing this for 20 years, they pride themselves of having Hindustani classical music and Carnatic classical music in the same event. That doesn't happen anywhere in India. Very rare. Full 5-day conference is happening where one Hindustani classical music person is presenting. Next performance is Carnatic classical music is performing. You would think after 20 years, some Hindustani classical musical people will start listening to Carnatic music and vice versa. You would think that, right? After 20 years, right? When you go to that conference, the hall gets full. Carnatic music, very Aruna Sairam is presenting, and the hall is full with people. You look at everybody, and she gives a magnificent performance, right? The conference is finished. The entire audience leaves. Next one, Hari Prasad Chaurasia is presenting flute. The entire audience leaves, and the completely entire new audience comes back. So even after 20 years, Hindustani classical and Carnatic classical music can never fuse. But we'll change that with IT-BT, won't we? So we'll make IT people come to a BT conference. So next time, right, Vijay? We make it mandatory for IT people to attend BT and vice versa. Very good, very good. So with that quick introduction, we have a very exciting session for you. We've had some preliminary discussions among the panelists of what we're going to talk about, but we'd love to hear from you during that panel discussion. But to kick us off, let's start with Manohar giving us an overview of the fantastic work that they've been doing at Computational in transforming cell therapy with stem cell therapy. And they've got products in the market which are selling. So we have very exciting times in cell therapy. I've known Manohar for a few years now. He's CEO of Computational and such a brilliant scientist and bringing cutting edge work in the face of very difficult regulations. Not only regulation, but he's spearheaded development of the regulations. So Manohar, we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thanks, Naren. And I just saw only my name is there on the dais. I thought I'm going to speak the entire session. I don't see any other names on the dais. So good morning once again. So good morning, distinguished speakers and respected audience who are here. Once again, my name is Manohar. And disclosure, I am not a scientist nor a doctor. My background is engineering, and sometimes I feel nervous to talk in front of scientists like Naren, Mohan, and we have, of course, Arun. But I have been in this space for the last 10 plus years and 10 plus years in Computational, where we have taken the product from concept to commercialization, and we have started marketing. It's very, very, challenging. You see a the chemical entity, it takes about 10 years. Biologics takes about 12 years. But cell and gene therapy is very complex. It takes much, much longer time. And we took about 14 years to take the product from science to the business. So I will share quickly share my experience. And before that, I understand as per published reports, the Indian bioeconomy is about $80 billion. And Out of $80 billion, about 49% is biopharma, about $39 billion. But in biopharma, the diagnostics takes a major chunk. So if we see the core biotech drug, it's about $10 billion. And cell and gene therapy is very, very small or almost nil, except the bone marrow transplant. So if we include bone marrow transplant, it may be about 300 crores, maybe about 3,000 transplant happening. And if we take 10 lakhs per patient, it comes to about 300 crores. I think as a cell and gene therapy, group and organization, at least we should do 10% of the core biotech drug. That means we should aim for $1 billion kind of a revenue overall from various types of cell and gene therapy, and also including the cell and gene therapy manufacturing. I think India can take a big lead in cell and gene therapy manufacturing. That is the future. So coming to what Naren was telling about Stempeutics. So we are a stem cell research and a product development company, a novel product development company. And we have an innovative stem cell platform technology, what has been developed by us. And this indigenous technology, what has been developed by us, has been patented. And we have received patents across 18 different countries, US, Europe, and Japan. Using this stem cell platform technology, we focus on a stem cell called MSC, mesenchymal stem cells or mesenchymal stromal cells. It is non-engineered cells. People are focusing from the normal cells to now engineering. You might have heard about CAR T, things that are engineered cells. We are non-engineered cells. It's an MSC, mesenchymal stem cells. And these mesenchymal stem cells are derived from bone marrow of healthy volunteer donors. We screen the donors as per the Indian FDA standards, and we aspirate the bone marrow. We should have a donor, healthy donor, and willing to donate, and also he has to qualify as per the standard setup. So once we take the bone marrow, we have a technology to isolate the MSCs, mesenchymal stem cells, from this bone marrow, and then we create a master cell bank, MCB. So we have a master cell bank which belongs to individual donors. We have MCB1, we have MCB2, we have 3 donors. Our technology is based on the 3 donors. And then we pull them. We take one vial from each MCB, pull them, and create a working cell bank. And working cell bank becomes the seed stock for creating the end product. So what is the novelty? What is the inventiveness of the entire thing? From 3 donors, the healthy donors, from 3 MCBs, we can create about 9 million end product, 9 million vials, about 90 lakhs vials. So 3 donors, we have 90 lakhs, the drug. That means we can treat about 90 lakhs knee osteoarthritis patients. So that is the kind of technology what we have. No need to go and aspirate the bone marrow once again. This is unique, developed from India. Now we are seeing how we can take it from India to US. And I was told that 2 days before that Stempeutics has been selected by this Bangalore Tech Summit as an Innovator of the Year award, what we got from them. On this technology, what we have developed. But there are many challenges. So using this stem cell platform, this MSCs, we have brought bench to bedside, or we call concept to commercialization. So we introduced 2 products in the market. One is what they call as a critical limb ischemia or critical leg ischemia, which is a peripheral vascular disease. The blood doesn't flow in the peripheral arteries like the heart attack, what you have. It is an attack in the leg. The leg, the blood is not flowing because the artery is blocked due to heavy smoking or due to diabetes. And these are all very thin arteries and very difficult to do angioplasty or to do bypass surgery. So pain in the leg, if there is an ulcer doesn't heal. Ultimately, it leads to gangrene and ultimately lead to amputation of the leg. So our novel drug, Stempucell, after doing the proper clinical trials, we had to do the science to prove it has got the potency on the bench. We had to do a preclinical studies. We had to go through multiple clinical trials, and we got the approval. And this is now marketed by Cipla, our marketing partner, under the brand name Regenicip is the name. And we already treated about 100 patients, commercial patients. And the charge or the fee is about 2 lakhs per injection. And even though we keep climbing, It costs about 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs in the US, and we have reduced the price. But still, from the Indian perspective, they say, oh, 2 lakhs is not affordable, it's very high. So we need to be careful also when comparing with the US, it is okay, but ultimately it is affordable by the Indian patient or not. So this drug has gone into the market, and what the drug does? It reduces the inflammation and improve the blood flow or the angiogenesis. Because stem cell is known as a regenerative medicine. So through MR angio, we can see that how new blood vessels are forming, ultimately improve the blood flow and reduce the pain and save the limb. Second one, which we have taken from bench to bedside, is for knee osteoarthritis, knee joint pain. We have a tie-up with Alchem. It is marketed under the brand name Stem 1. Once again, a small vial containing 25 million cells and injected intra-articular. We have done about 150 patients clinical trial phase 3. After successfully demonstrating the phase 3 outcome, a double-blind placebo-controlled trial, we got the approval to market the drug. It is now available, Stem 1, orthopedic surgeons, and there we are seeing, there are different grades of knee osteoarthritis, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, and grade 4. Once you are in grade 4, you have to go for knee replacement, total knee replacement. So our drug, once again, reduces the inflammation, reduces the pain. We have prolonged pain reduction data, and then see how we can preserve the cartilage, which is there in between the bone. So once again, it has got the potency and preserve the cartilage so that we can avoid or delay the knee replacement. So these two drugs, one is the critical limb ischemia, other one is for the knee osteoarthritis, is there in the market, but the challenge is the price. Once again, all materials are imported, and the vial costs about 1.25 lakhs. Once again, we keep telling it costs about so much money in the US, but still, they say, can you guarantee 100%? If we go for the injection, any trial or any drug cannot guarantee 100%. We say we have got 89%, 90% results. They said, no, can you return the money back? So when you go to commercial, there are other many challenges to take the product to the market. But we are happy that we could succeed and bring. Otherwise, many research or the science die on the bench. It doesn't come to the limelight. We could take the product from the bench to the bedside, commercialize it, available, regenerative medicine, trying to fix the root cause of the disease. Now we are seeing how we can take this product. So the strategy is win locally, play globally. How to take a made in India product to the regulated market, to the advanced market like US, Europe, and Japan. There we have challenges. What are the cell bank, what we have created in India? It seems that we have to do something more. The cell bank has to qualify, and unless it's qualified, we cannot take our drug. We have to test the donors for the infectious disease markers, FDA-approved lab, FDA-approved kits. Those things are not available in India, and that means we have to recreate the bank. If you are recreating the bank, once again, you have to prove the bank what you have in India is equal to the bank what you're going to create. So there are many challenges in terms of the price, in terms of manufacturing. All the materials are imported, and insurance coverage. I don't know. I mean, once it is approved by DCGI, Health Ministry, it should be covered automatically under insurance, like the US. But here, we have to go and represent to IRDA. We have to go and talk to the insurance companies for reimbursement. There are once again many challenges. Cold chain logistics is another challenge. So I have 4 or 5 requests, Naren, to the government. Number one is, can we have an FDA-approved lab here in India, where using the FDA-approved kits, where we can test the infectious disease markers in India? Otherwise, I have to send the blood sample to US to do the checking and then bring it back. So if we have that kind of a lab available, otherwise we go for CAP-accredited lab. So one is to have FDA-approved lab, FDA-approved kits. Second one is reduce customs duty. I mean, still the raw materials are not indigenously available. It will take more time while we try to improve the science, technology, but still the raw materials, about 95% is imported, customs duty about 28 to 30%. See whether it can be reduced. The third one is I was discussing with Arun on the GST. If we charge 12%, once again, the price, the MRP goes higher, whether government can use some concessions. Insurance coverage should be automatic. It's another request what we have to the government. And today morning, we discussed about Mohandas Pai. He was telling about nurture the innovation, nurture the whole, the ecosystem. So in that context, Karnataka government has got a scheme, but I request the Karnataka government not to put any limit on the reimbursement on the IP, the international expenses, and also not to have the cap. So this are the 5 requests what I have. Maybe I will stop here and hand it over to Naren. Thanks a lot.
Hi, thank you, Manohar. Very exciting presentation. And I like the fact that you've actually listed some of the recommendations. Any questions from Manohar, from the group? Yeah, is there a microphone or how does it work? If you have a question, raise your hand so the microphone can reach you quickly.
Hi, congratulations, Dr. Manohar. I mean, it's an incredible story to move from bench to
I'm
bedside.
Mr. Manohar, not Dr. Manohar. Once I moved to this company, they always call me a scientist.
So the question I had was, when you look at the challenge today, and as you had maybe 10 years ago when you started this journey, what maybe one or two advice do you have for growing entrepreneurs in this space? You know, how to rethink development or strategy about development for getting cell therapies to market? I mean, what would you have done differently?
To ensure that science drives the business, very, very critical. Not there is an opportunity, you go and try to, grab the opportunity. So one is ensure the science is done. Work very, very close with the regulators. It takes long time to go and convince, because even the regulators also, they are not aware of new technologies, the process what they should follow. So if you have to educate them, please educate them, put the process in place so that you can move faster, and how to have a kind of a fast track approval for something unmet medical need, what we have. Preserve cash. I mean, cash is very, very important. Sometimes science can be good, but still it cannot see the market if you don't have sufficient cash. So raise the cash or money in advance to fund and encourage the people. Have good manpower. Ultimately, it's a talent which can do the job. So these are the few things what you have learned. Many things you have failed. Not that we had succeeded in everything. We conducted around 6 clinical trials, out of which only 2 succeeded. So we should try and then see. Science is not automatic. It takes a long time.
One from Rahul and one from you, and then we'll move on.
Excellent story and very inspiring, the journey, right? So my question is that you talked about non-engineered mesenchymal stem cell. Do you see the future in engineered mesenchymal stem cells? And if yes, in what kind of indications and what kind of scenarios?
I think technology has got obsolescence. We cannot only depend upon. The thing is, we take MSCs, we file a patent is granted for 20 years, but it takes about 10, 12 years to reach to the market. We have only about 7, 8 years of the marketing, what is available in the patent, what we have. And if you want to go to US, the US pharma companies are asking, 2030, your patent is over, and still you are not, commercialized in the US, how are you going to protect? So in that context, we need to see how we constantly innovate, and the field is moving. MSCs is the general, stem cells. We have to see the potency and then see which indication can do. But if we engineer, the trend is the engineering. You can engineer the MSCs with a gene and with the vector. Suppose rheumatoid arthritis, we want to express more TGF beta. We want to have more, VEGF, or whatever the proteins are. So use the vector and inject those genes into the cells, stem cells, so that stem cells can do the job better. But it is indication specific. Engineered cells are indication specific, whereas generic cells like us, we use MSCs for CLI, OA, multiple indications. When we engineer, number one is hopefully the efficacy may be much better, and the number of cells required may be much lower. We can make more cost effective, but the trend is engineering. That is the trend. That's how it is going. Whether you engineer T cells or you engineer MSCs, any cells you can engineer and do a better job.
One last question, please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Rohit Asal from Cambrian Bioworks. I studied in Manipal, so I've been hearing about stemputing since I was in college. So I'm very happy that it's so big right now. So my question is simple. You mentioned about indigenizing supply chain, which is pretty difficult right now.
Yep.
So I'm one such company which is working on products that go into cell therapy. And one big question that we all have is about regulation.
Pardon?
Regulation.
Yeah.
So what regulation applies to the supply chain that goes into the system? And is there any central place that we could go to ask questions and know more?
The regulations are well laid down now. Very clear. One thing which is happy is we work with the regulators. Now the both stem cell is considered as a drug, and we have the regulations. Initially, if you want to do a trial, you have to get Form 29. You apply for Form 23, you get this Form 29. And if you are want to go for commercial, then we need to have Form 28. So there are well laid down procedures on the GMP side. So the regulators from Delhi and from Karnataka, if you are in Bangalore, they come and inspect the facility and provide those things. But on the cold chain, it leads to this, the sponsor, the scientist. For example, our cell should go under minus 185 degrees centigrade. So when you put in the dry shipper, we take the drug from the liquid nitrogen, we put in the dry shipper. The dry shipper can hold the temperature for 7 days. So from Bangalore, it should go to anywhere within 7 days. And you should take it out once again, but maintain minus 185. It comes below minus 180, then they're not supposed to use it. So the cold chain also adds a lot of money into the cost of the drug. It costs about 10,000 rupees to ship a drug from Bangalore to Azim for Delhi and getting the dry shipper back. So there also we have to see how we can innovate, how we can bring down the cost. But we control the temperature. Once it goes there, bring it, put the bag into water bath, bring it to the normal temperature, and within 4 or 5 hours, inject the drug. So the infrastructure for the logistics also have to improve. There are only few companies who can do this kind of an cold chain logistics, which once again is affecting, and also how to see reduce the cost. Everywhere cost is getting added. Thank you. Thanks, Naren.
Thank you, Manohar, for a good presentation. I request the panel members to come on the stage so we can have do you want to do the honors here? Come.
Following on with the panel discussion, I would request Dr. Narendra to please lead on to the stage. Can I also please request Dr. Arun Anand, CEO and Board Director, Immunotherapeutics Private Limited. I'm sorry if I spelled it wrong. Professor Rahul Puravar, Associate Professor and Founder of ImmunoAct, and Dr. Mohan Kumar, Scientist at East Center for Stem Cell Research. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we're going to have a panel discussion probably for 30 minutes or so, I understand. We have a fantastic panel here for discussion. What we're going to do is we're going to follow this path. We'll have 5 minutes first. Do they get microphones or do they have to come here? Yeah, for the presentation, they can come here, but we'll do a 5-minute, everyone will introduce themselves quickly for 5 minutes. And then each one of them will give a 10-minute presentation, and then we'll have about a 10-minute of a discussion after that. Okay, so that's sort of the panel. So my name is Naren Chirumule. As I was mentioned, I'm an immunologist. I have experience in developing vaccines and biologics, and I'm just infatuated with this field of cell and gene therapy. You just heard Manohar, so maybe Arun.
Namaskara. My name is Arun Anand. I'm a physician by training, and I have the unique opportunity to have made the shift from pure play medicine into research and now running a business. In the last 20 plus years of my career, I've seen research from up close. I've served across continents, both in India and in the US. I've worked in academic labs of very high repute, both in India and in the US. And my time in going through the entire process of development helped me appreciate what doctors seldom do, that there's more to medicine, as we just heard Dr. Manohar, I will take the liberty, that it takes much more to make a medicine than it takes to prescribe it. So I'm indeed indebted to all of the people who are developing medicines for people in India for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give him a hand. Rahul.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rahul Purwar. I am professor at IIT Bombay, as well as we recently founded one of the companies called ImmunoAct. I have been doing my research in cell and gene therapy from last several years now. And we will talk about it, one of our indigenous product, which we have developed right from the design till we took it to the clinic. And that journey I will share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And good man. And Mohan?
So good morning all. I am Mohan. I'm a researcher currently working in Center for Stem Cell Research at CMC Vellore. So my research is focused on using gene therapy, mainly using CRISPR-based tools to correct various hematological disorders like sickle cell disease, thalassemia, and then blood clotting disorders. So now we identified some of the targets. I'll be presenting in another few minutes about those details. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mohan, you can come and present. I'll quickly give you a framework. So just again, quick question. How many of you know something about cell and gene therapy? Oh, most of you, so we don't need an introduction. So you can go ahead and do your presentation. You have the slides? Yeah.
You have a clicker there.
Check it. Yeah, no, no, click it. Just 10 minutes or less?
Scan it with the slides.
Are the slides ready or they're coming? Okay. Yeah. Mohan, you want to tell a joke in the meanwhile? Or?
Maybe you can say something about CSCR.
Yeah.
So the CSAR are mainly focused on two different areas, mainly the cell therapy and then gene therapy. The cell therapy we use MSCs and then also like other stem cells like iPSCs to correct various genetic disorders. In other hand, like we use gene therapy. Like there we have 4 different areas like using AAV based, lentiviral based, and the gene editing tools to correct various disorders. So my group is focusing on gene editing disorders using gene editing tools. So that will be I presenting in this current presentation.
So while we are waiting for the slides, maybe you can ask a few questions to Mohan. So Mohan, how did you get into this field of gene editing?
So like if you look at the CRISPR-Cas9 is a recently developed tool because like is emerging in past 5 years. As compared to other like genome editing tools like lentiviral based and AAV, this has a potential like a future to correct various genetic disorders. So we got interested in those areas. We started in this like in this field now currently.
Okay. Mohan, you also spent some time at Jennifer's
Yeah.
group, right?
So like before starting my group here, I worked with Jennifer Dono's lab, like where we worked for like a visiting scholar for almost 6 months there to work with in their institute. So when we started this careers, we have opportunity to work with them.
Fantastic. Thank you. Your slides again.
So thank you. Good morning all. So in like other 10 minutes, I'll be going through the project, what we developed for correcting the hematology disorders, mainly the various blood disorders like sickle cell anemia, thalassemia, using CRISPR-based tools. So like the invention of like the CRISPR-based tools started with meganuclease. So first it started with meganuclease, and then later it becomes zinc finger and talents, and then finally become CRISPR. So mainly the intention is to make a double-strand break at the target site to make a desired changes, like to correct the mutations or disturb the particular gene. But like if you look at the zinc finger nucleases, like again, like this requires like a lot of protein engineering to make desired changes. But again, zinc finger nucleases also, it requires complex cloning process. But the invention of Cas9 make the things very easier. Like we can make the changes with only using the guide RNA with the protein complex. But again, if you look at the using CRISPR-Cas9, like it makes double-strand break at the target sites, which can make into oncogenic, like make into tumor formation in when we are making double-strand break at the target sites. So it can lead to chromosomal rearrangement, large deletions, and it can also lead to chromotrypsis. And in addition to that, it can also activate p53, which can also lead to the tumor formation. So to overcome this, like we use, instead of making double strand break, we thought of using the single strand break at the target sites so that we can avoid the p53 mediated cancer formation. So we use two different tools called prime editing and then base editing to make the changes. Just to give a overview about prime editing and then base editing. Base editing is nothing but is a fusion of Cas and nickase, which make only single strand cut at the target site, and it makes the desired changes. Similarly, the prime editing, we can insert the genes like a fragment of genes and also edit the fragment of genes using these tools. So basically, we use these tools to correct various disorders, like mainly sickle cell disease and thalassemia. So normally, if you look at hemoglobin, it consists of two chains, alpha 2 and then beta 2. But in case of sickle cell disease, there is a point mutations that causes RBC2 sickles. Then again, the patients have various complications. Similarly, in beta thalassemia, there are spectrum of mutations that causes the disease. Like again, it causes anemia. So we are focused on these two diseases to correct using the base editing and then prime editing tool. So currently there are like six different clinical trials are focused on correcting these disorders. Mainly they try to create the various gain of function mutations, like recreating the beneficiary mutations in the target regions, or to correct those mutations using these tools. So these are the six different clinical trials that I talked about that are in various clinical phases. So towards this, like our lab screened the beneficiary mutation in the normal different hemoglobin regulatory regions, and then we found there are 6 different targets, and one of the target is better than the current clinical targets. So we have bettered this target region, and then it shows higher level of hemoglobin elevation to correct the disease. Similarly, for the beta thalassemia, we correct the various mutations that are predominant in India and also in the worldwide using the base editing tool. So as we see here, like, we revert most of the hemoglobin defect by correcting these mutations. As we measure here, we can see the reversal of hemoglobin activation after correction. Similarly, like we use the prime editing tool to correct the sickle cell mutations. As we see here, this caused by single point mutations. So we want to make a single strand break at the target sites, and then we want to reverse it. So we use prime editing to make it happen. So as you see here, we make into 50% correction in the target genes, and then we revert back the sickle to normal hemoglobin formation. So basically, the whole idea is to take these targets and collect the hematopoietic stem cells from the patients and make the modification transiently in the ex vivo platform outside, and then re-infuse to the patient to see whether we can reverse the phenotype. So basically, we look for one-time cure. So after they make these modifications, the patient can go for lifelong cure from this disease. So currently, like we identify target in the lab level. Now we are going to the pre-clinical level. Like we want to isolate around 5 million cells to go for the phase 1 clinical trial. So that's where we are in the moment. These are my groups and various funding agencies to conduct this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohan. We'll hold the questions and we'll have the questions in the panel discussion. So, Rahul,
Good morning once again. So while my slides are uploading, maybe I can start with cell and gene therapy introduction. So looks like everybody here knows about cell and gene therapy. And I think Mohan gave you a very good one example, like where cell and gene therapy can be used. So nowadays, I think cell and gene therapy are not just for the cancer, but for many, many disorders, including autoimmune disorders, or basically whatever you can think is the defective gene in the body, you can correct that gene by various technologies. Like Mohan talked about CRISPR-Cas9, this could be lentiviral vector, it could be non-vector format as well. So there are many, many platform technologies by which you can fix the, I don't want to present Arun's data, right? So I need my slides for the ImmunoAct or IIT Bombay. So just to again introduce, okay, thanks. So I will be talking in next 10 minutes about CAR T-cell therapy, make in India, for India, and beyond. I think this title very well fits in this Bangalore Tech Summit as well, because our effort has been from last almost a decade, where we have been developing our indigenous product. Entire technology is end-to-end indigenous, made in India. That means research done in India, and now right from the lab till the clinic, all the work is done in India. Okay. So just to give you an idea that I have founded this company, I think first cell and gene therapy in the country almost 4 years back, now 4 plus. And this was incubated in IIT Bombay, based on the research I have done as a faculty member at IIT Bombay. So it's truly a academic center research now gone into the industry setting, right? So our whole idea was that how to enable the CAR T-cell access to everybody. When I was doing my postdoctoral fellowship at Harvard, the cell and gene therapy that was still in the academic settings, it was still undergoing in clinical trials. There was no product approved, even in US, when I moved back to India. And from that time, we are making step-by-step progress from the designing of the product till the clinical trial. So that's the journey I'm going to share. Right? So ImmunoAct right now is a full stack company. Our entire goal is, again, doing research in India, doing product development, clinical trial, and ultimately taking it to the patient. Okay. Here is our scientific advisory board, who also advises us, right from the Carl June, who is the pioneer. Many of you may know if you are reading about cell and gene therapy space. Avery Posey, sorry about this. Oh, this is going. And Dr. Satwa Nilapu. Dr. Nilapu is from MD Anderson. He did this pioneer clinical trial for Yescarta, which is Gilead company. Right? And then we have Dr. Gaurav Narula. Dr. Gaurav Narula is professor of pediatric oncology and Tata Memorial Hospital, who did our pediatric ALL trial. Okay. In our board also include Dr. Ravindranath Kacharela. Dr. Ravindranath is one of the pioneers of this country who brought liver transplant to our country for the first time. In fact, what we are doing almost like replicating his story after 20 years, because liver transplant that time was very expensive, and that time whatever the challenges he faced to bring the liver transplant in India, making it affordable, I think probably we are doing similar thing after 20 years. Dr. Satyanarayan Chava from the Loras Lab, who is our basically the investor as well as mentor to take this therapy to the clinic. Right? What is CAR T-cell therapy and how it is different from the other platform? So basically CAR T or the cell and gene therapy, it's an intent to cure platform. That means you can treat the patient and cure them. And in fact, now there is enough data showing that almost half of the patients, 50% of the patient, they get long-term cure. Not just short-term cure, but long-term cure. And this word of cure was not there in the cancer field earlier. It was always under remission. You are extended the life of a patient for few months to few years. But here we are talking about curing a patient. So that's how it is different from the other platform technologies. Okay? And now there's an example, and then and now, where that means this girl was first of the one. See, Emily Whitehead, now the poster child of the CAR T-cell therapy field, and now she is basically been cured. In fact, the term cured came here for the first time. Right? Now, many products, many companies brought that many different products, but all of them not available in India. In fact, none of them are available in India. And one of the major reasons, what you see in the small letters there, $500,000 cost of each product, almost similar in that range. So that means it's not affordable to many of us, right? So but we have a huge need of these kind of therapies. If you see the global map of the mortality, India, although per 100 people, cancer incidence is less in the country, but now think about 1.3 billion people, number of cancer patients are very, very high in our country. Numbers are very high, so that means we have a need, but this kind of technology is not available in our country. And I'm sure most of you may be thinking we should have these intent to cure platform to treat our patients at affordable cost, right? So if you see the availability of the cell and gene therapy platform, not just CAR T, but other engineered cells as well as non-engineered cells, what you see here, India was completely empty, right? And in fact, not only just India, most of the LMICs, low and middle income country in this world planet, is almost empty. The entire concentration, what you see of the available therapy is in US, some in Canada, but a lot in our neighboring country, China. So while the entire availability of this platform is there in US or in China, there's a large part of the world is devoid of this technology. That means there's no access. So there's really a disparity between the need and the availability, right? There are so many challenges why we don't have it. One is, of course, the affordability, because it costs $500,000. That's why we don't have. But beyond, I think, the cost, there's many other reasons. One of them is, for example, technical and clinical training, what Naren pointed out, talent, for example. So we don't have enough talent, or we have to equip our people, give them the good training in the technical side as well as the clinical side. Regulatory support, I think some we talked about in the previous talk. Then cost and affordability, and investment in the R&D system. I remember talking to Manohar many times, and he says always talk about investment in R&D. So cost and money is very important to bring this affordable platform. I will also quickly go through our CAR T journey of 1 decade almost. This is our CAR HCAR19, which was published in the cover of American Association of Cancer Research Journal. So this is our team which started the work several years ago. IIT Bombay, Tata Hospital in Mumbai, NCI in US, Terry Fry and Nirali Shah, and ImmunoAct for the commercialization or the further training. Right. So where is the ImmunoAct innovation? So our whole idea, entire objective was cost reduction by 90%, not just by 40 and 50%. Can we do it 90% cost reduction and bring the technology platform as well as the novel product? Not just one product. In fact, we should have multiple products. Right? This was the idea. We started the company and we started our research. We designed the product, again, as I said, in India, patented it. Now all the patents are granted. Here we listed 2, we have multiple. So all these products, they were all patented. Entire, I don't have time because Naren is always pointing me. So our product is unique, tested, extensively tested in ex vivo setting, that means in the laboratory, in the clinic, patented. So FTO suggests no infringement of existing patents. First to clinic, we were the first one to reach the clinic and did 2 phase 1 trials which are completed. Published the data in American Cancer Association of Research Journal, one of the journal MCT. In fact, we were glad to see our HCAR19 on the cover image of the paper, the journal of that time, right? So we started then phase 1 trial. This was a phase 1 open label. We recruited 10 patients. Dr. Hasmukh Jain was the lead PI. So Tata Hospital was the sponsor. We, ImmunoAct, supported this work as a research grant, and we treated the first patient in 30th June 2021, last year. We treated these patients in 2 different doses, less than 5 million per kilogram or greater than 5 million per kilogram. But for simplicity, what you should see is the right 2 columns. One is CRS, which is one of the major side effects of the therapy. Another is neurological event, which is also a very big side effect of the therapy. What you will see, there was no severe CRS, which is called grade 3 and above, no neurological event of grade 3. That means that's the reason why we wrote HCAR19 is the safest CAR so far, because no grade 3 CRS, no matter what dose we have given to the patient, whether it's a 5 million per kilogram, we have given even 17 million cells per kilogram, but we only saw grade 2 CRS, not grade 3 or icons, which is big thing in our CAR-T field. Who we treated? We are the one who treated the worst patient possible, the patients who have highest disease burden. We never shy away with selecting the patients who are having less disease or the intent to cure. We treated whoever came to us. This is our biggest differentiator. No selectivity in patient recruitment. You see the patient, he was now, one of you, if you are clinicians, you will realize what tumor burden he is having. Humongous tumor burden, got the CAR-T tumor clearance. These are the things which excite us. Same patient, you want to see more images, more sharper images, you can clearly see so much tumor burden, and tumor burden is gone. And this is what shows we are not only the safe, we are also efficacious. Of course, phase 1 trial, secondary endpoint is efficacy, but we can show we have the responses. Another patient, same again, humongous disease. You can see very big disease burden, again, the gone after 30 days. Next patient, see how much disease burden the patient has. Never shied away to, even it was a phase 1 trial, we never worried that what would be the responses. Here is the very clean picture showing that yes, it works. It not only just work, it sustain the responses. Now you see our patients who treated the 5 million, sorry. Now you see they are still having complete response on day 300. That means our few patients are even alive after 300 days. 300, whoever got the response, 300 days, we have another one, 200 days touching, and another one is touching 150. So we not only cured few patients, we also response is sustained. I don't have the time to show you entire thing why it is sustaining, because CAR-T are persisting. Another trial we run, pediatric ALL. This was done by the Gaurav Narula again. 6 patients were treated. ALL is even slightly easy disease to treat because of the blood disease. DLBCL, what I showed you, lymphoma, it is more like solid tumor, so it was difficult disease to treat. That's why our responses were slightly lower side, which is acceptable throughout the world. But here you have response around 86% in the ALL. Overall response rate 86%. Complete response is 50%. Again, these were also the patients who were having too much disease burden. So overall, what we have shown you that these things work. Second, how now we will deliver to the people, how it will happen, what is the next stage. Here we coined the new word called regional decentralization. That means we want to take this CAR-T manufacturing facilities to the different regions, not just in one hospital based, but rather having a city based or region based, or that we can of course house in the hospital. We don't have any allergies to that, right? So now just not only in India, last week we signed MOU with Mexico. While they were very near to the developed world, they don't have the CAR-T access. So government of Mexico, with the, here is the our minister, foreign minister of Mexico, we just signed the MOU last week. So taking our made in India, make in India effort to the Mexico, right? So this is what we think in the future, can ImmunoAct go in the middle and income countries, not just in one continent, but in different continent. So in brief, Naren is pointing me out to get out of here, but a CAR-T platform, clinical stage, designed to clinic, that is our one thing we have shown you. First CAR-T cell therapy safe and shows early sign of efficacy. Our model of delivery model of regional decentralization and make in India and for the world. And thank you so much.
Namaskara. While I wait for my slides to come up, and this time the right slides. Thank you. So I'll take a little bit of a detour, move from indigenous to global, because that's what I think the entire BTS is all about, right? How can we make in India, but think about globalization as the foothold, how we would bring good technologies to India, use it in India, use India as a hotbed for innovation, and take it from there to the world. So I'll talk a little bit about Neil, not too much, but I want to focus the latter part of my talk on what would it take for us to mainstream cell and gene therapies in India. And that's the core of what we are trying to do. So if I can have the next slide, I'm going to have to ask that you press, the clicker won't work. You have to press next, is it? Just click on the right button. That'll be enough. Thank you. So we were established in 2019, and our goal is to bring cell therapies in India and also to the world. We are 75 people now. We started off as a cell therapy small startup, and the goal is to accelerate access to transformational therapies across the world. India being one of the areas that we want to focus on, especially to make sure that we can use India as a very, very innovative test bed for how we can bring down not just the cost of therapy, but also the entire model of how cell therapies can be delivered. Click next, please. So our leadership started off with having Kiran Majumdar-Shaw being one of the co-founders, Siddharth Mukherjee being one of the co-founders, Kush Parmar out of Boston, 3 Indians coming together to set up something for India, but use India to set up what could be reimagined for the world. We also have stalwarts like Carl June, Bruce Levine, Nupur Raje, who ran the first myeloma trials in the US. We have Vijay Chirvolu, probably the only person who's commercialized multiple cell therapies from a manufacturing point of view. Bala Manian, who's a renowned flow cytometry expert on our board. My profile, I've spoken a little bit about. I'm a physician trained in India, worked at Harvard, then came back to India in 2007. Next slide. Thanks. Cell therapies has been spoken about. We know this is transformative. We've seen a lot of patients respond across the world, including children and adults, in cancers who are terminally ill, patients who have not got many weeks to survive, receiving the therapies, and then coming out of therapies for a while. As a physician, I wouldn't use the word cure until patients have been followed up for a reasonably long period of time, and 10 years is the norm. I would say patients have been put into remission across the world, and the first few patients who received cell therapies way back in 2012 have started to show that they're continuing to hold their remissions. So the cumulative number of cures for cell therapies in the world today are probably less than 100. But nevertheless, it's a very promising space for us to be in. Next slide. These have been transformative. There are 6 products approved. The average cost is about $500,000. And we see that about 750 trials are active in across the world. Most of them are in the US. Most of them are in China. We also start to see some areas starting to think about cost and access. China is one of them. Israel is a second. But we're looking at this entire space of 180,000 patients per year without access to cell therapies. And Rahul talked about a little bit of these things, but this is something we are going after very seriously. Next slide. So in a short span of 3 years, we built India's first integrated cell therapy facility out of Narayana, state-of-the-art global center. This is not an academic center. This is full-blown commercial, looking at industry as a startup. These are fantastic state-of-the-art labs that made the first cell therapies from an industry setting and provided to Indian patients. Next slide. We started India's first industry-sponsored cell therapy trial, Imagine. The name itself was designed to think about what possibilities lie ahead of us. This is accruing very well. We're going to present posters at ASH next month. This is a premier conference for hemato-oncology industry-sponsored phase 2 study. Rahul spoke about phase 1s, and I congratulate his group for the early data. But excellent data from a phase 2. This is a global program from global sources, made in India, made available to Indian patients, and over 150 patients have been treated successfully. And now we're also India's first multi-center study. So this trial that we spoke about is open in multiple centers. It's different doing a single center study and then looking at all of the logistics issues that Dr. Manohar spoke about earlier, but taking it to beyond one center and provide it to multiple centers across India. We certainly need to be able to give the product well, make sure you're training the physician sources to be able to give these product to patients well, but also the supply chain around making sure that can reach the centers on time, can reach the centers at the temperatures required, minus 190 degrees Celsius, and validate the entire process of delivering cell therapies across the nation. Next slide. So as I said, we are going to be presenting this data, so I can't talk about the data here, but I do invite you to look up the posters when it comes out. We are targeting 60% remissions. I wouldn't use the word cure, it's too early. 60% remissions in difficult to treat end-stage patients, post-transplant, very, very difficult subset, both children and adults. Imagine a 5-year-old or a 3-year-old coming to a hospital and receiving care. Standard therapy would take them 2.5 years. Every 3 weeks they come to the hospital, they need to see their physicians, they're out of school, and then you have the opportunity to treat them with a short course infusion, 3 days, stay in hospital for maybe 21 days, and then they are usually cancer-free for a long enough period of time. That's transformative. And that's what I think Immunil has tried to do. We were successful at this point in time, but I will let the data speak for itself next month. Next slide. We now cover the widest hemato-oncology pipeline in India. These are 2 products that are ready for clinic. One of them is already in the clinic. These now have cover for leukemias, lymphomas, and myelomas. We're also advancing our pipeline in first-in-class assets. Now, this is very important from innovation point of view. If we're taking a product that's never been tested anywhere before, this is not another CD19, this is not another product that we know works, completely new target, develop it in-house, file a global patent, and make it available to people across the world to use. That's innovation happening from Bengaluru. And all of autologous cell therapy is personalized. It is complex. It is of global quality that we're trying to do, and cutting-edge platforms that are used for manufacturing these drugs for India and for the world. Next slide. So if you look at the model, it's about sustainability built in at the very core of it. With technologies that lead pipelines, platforms that be are scalable and efficient, and access with a unique commercial model. And together, putting all of them together, we'll be able to source and service affordable cell therapies for the world from India. Next slide. So learning from what has happened in the West, the question in front of us are, how do we mainstream cell therapies in India? Are nudges sufficient? Small nudges that move the things here and there. 1.2 million patients with cancer every year. About 80,000 patients with hemato-oncology, blood cancers in India every year. 30% of leukemias, lymphomas, and myelomas don't get access to advanced therapies. Current care in India, and as a physician I can say that, lags developed nations by about a decade. We don't have access to the latest antibodies, the latest technologies. And cell and gene therapy opportunities therefore provide a very unique way to look at the entire space. It's not just about giving a high quality drug, it's about the resultant quality of life. It's not just saying I have a fantastic drug that extends life, but patients have to come every 3 weeks to the hospital, get the therapy along with their family. There's economic loss of productivity. Then think about this in a different way, saying, I don't want you to come to hospital. Come take a little bit of the drugs and let the body work its own magic and wait a few months. So there are 4 elements, and Naren, I'm going to take 5 minutes. There are 4 elements: regulatory implications for what nudges are necessary, marketplace implications. It's never easy for us to develop something that doesn't get into the market. Finance, cost of funding, cost of research, payer dynamics, what would it finally reach a patient at? And development technology nudges. Okay, all right. I think this is my penultimate slide. If I can have one slide more. Next slide. So some nudges are necessary to move from what we are on the left to what we need to on the right. We often end up as Indians following the field, but I think it's absolutely necessary for us to think about setting the field. Think about what nudges are necessary to move beyond current constructs, current targets, and new technologies. We are often using the biologics and biosimilars framework to develop drugs. We need to really swing hard to think about cell and gene therapy-based development metrics. We're limiting opportunities by thinking about price and dynamics around price, but we have to think about a very new way of entire payer dynamics, whether it's linked to pricing models, pay for performance, funding. How do you look at the entire value framework instead of saying, I'm going to give piecemeal development? Today, cell therapies are last line use, but we know that cell therapies can have phenomenal effect if it can be brought up front. So changing the paradigm of how we can use this is very necessary. We often use a pharma lens in operations. This is how I need to scale up. This is how I need to give a batch, make the batch and give it to patients. But this is autologous, personalized, bespoke therapy. It calls for a completely new framework. It's like setting up a new startup ecosystem for cell and gene therapies. We look at isolated data practices instead of bringing all of the data together using a very new and innovative big data approach. And finally, funding, which is very necessary because right now it's more piecemeal, but we have to think about all of it in a very, very global framework and think of an end-to-end funding opportunity. I think what we need are not small nudges, but big swings and bold adaptations across the spectrum of medtech, fintech, all of these other techs that have come out to consolidate into a phenomenal approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. We are going to forego the panel discussion because of time constraints. I'll hand it back to our organizers to do the vote of thanks. Thank you all for listening.
I'm very sorry we had to end the session this way because of the time constraint. I would request you could always please take the questions offline. The speakers and the panelists will be available here. Could I please request Dr. Naren to please give away the token of memento to our panelists? Could I please request Dr. Chandru to please come up on the dais and give the memento to Dr. Naren? Could we please pose for a quick photograph, sir? Our next session is about big data and drug discovery, which will start in a few moments. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So our next session is about big data in drug discovery. May I please request Dr. Mahesh Bhalgat to please come up on the stage. Dr. Mahesh Bhalgat is CEO of Syngene International Limited. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. All of you, welcome. Good afternoon. I know we are starting a little late. We'll do our best to keep the schedule, but also have a very interesting conversation. I presume this session promises to give you big insights into big data and its big impact that we are having on drug discovery. AI and machine learning has frankly become part of our daily lives. We speak about Siri, we speak about self-driving cars, we speak about image processing, all of these things that are based on AI platforms. The one place where AI research is only, however, beginning to scratch the surface is in the area of healthcare and drug discovery. With massive data sets that are becoming available, modern drug discovery is also rapidly advancing into big data. The interpretation of big data in drug discovery community should clearly enhance the project timelines, the improvement in clinical attrition that we need, and help in improved decision making. We're already seeing some examples of that. I'm sure many of you have probably read that GSK, working with Accenture's artificial intelligence platform, identified a highly potent in vivo active lead molecule to treat chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD. And this happened over only 85 compounds in 5 cycles. Typically, it takes hundreds and thousands of compounds to get to the stage. Doing it with 85 compounds, 5 cycles is really demonstrating the tremendous power of AI. Now, historically, the challenges raised by big data are what we call as the 4V challenges. It's about volume, velocity, variety, and veracity. So to illustrate the scale item, and then I'll call the panelists and I'll tell you how the session is going to work. But let me just talk a little bit about the scale problem, right? PubChem, which is a public repository of chemical structures and their biological properties, in 10 years, that has grown from about 25 million compounds to 96 million compounds. It has grown from about less than 2,000 bioassays to over 1 million bioassay data points. That's the scale at which big data is changing. And fortunately, this big data era is prompting approaches and companies, as you will hear now, to solve this 4V problem. We've seen a rise in amazing amount of novel computational approaches that are taken for data mining, curation, storage, management, and so on and so forth. So the panelists in this discussion are actually going to talk to us about how they have taken approaches to address this, both a challenge and an opportunity to turn drug discovery into a phenomenal change in years to come. Let me introduce the panelists. We have Woody Sherman, who is the CEO of Savant Therapeutics. He's based in Boston. We have Panna Sharma, who's the CEO of Lantern Pharma, who's also based in Boston. We have to really appreciate joining live from Boston because it's almost 2 a.m. their time. And we have Kishan Guran, who is the CEO and MD of Shravati AI, right here based in Bangalore. So we have Boston and Bangalore. And then we have Nandu, who is the VP of Eagle Genomics as well. What we are going to do is we're going to have a presentation from Woody Sherman. Till then, I'll ask the panelists to stay in their seats so that they can also participate and look at it. And then I'll ask the panelists to join up, after which we will have more of a discussion and following the first one, which is a presentation. So if we can have Woody Sherman, please, that would be great. Thank you.
Very happy to be here, and thanks for the invitation. And my name is Woody Sherman, and I'm the CEO at Savant Therapeutics, and I'm happy to be talking to you all about big data and drug discovery. So with that, let's get started. I'll tell you a little bit about Savant Therapeutics, which was recently formed. I'll talk about our Quasar computational platform that's driving our computation-first approach. And then we'll talk about the more general topic of big data and drug discovery. What is it? What are some successes? What are some challenges? And where is this field going in the future? So Savant Therapeutics is a computation-first drug discovery company. Our goal is to build the leading small molecule drug discovery company employing best-in-class computational technologies across all of its processes, and I'll talk about that very briefly. In general, we focus on biologically validated targets, taking that variable out of the equation, and try to leverage our computational technologies to whatever extent possible to overcome critical bottlenecks. We're pretty target agnostic, looking at, again, validated biological targets and even clinically validated, where we can build best-in-class small molecules and often first-in-class as necessary. We've developed tools across the whole process, going from target selection through hit finding, design, predictions, and that whole design, predict, make, test cycle. It's an important point to emphasize here, especially in this particular track of AI and big data in drug discovery. There's a lot of one-off solutions to solve specific problems, and those are all great. But if your ultimate goal is designing drugs, you really have to understand this whole process. And you don't necessarily need computation throughout this whole process, but you have to have something to get through this whole process, because there's really no skipping any of these stages. And so we take a multi-omics type approach for looking at targets and doing target selection, using some AI and machine learning, using a lot of people and literature as well for hit finding, looking at chemical space profiling, ML-based hit finding. We also do docking and virtual screening, as well as experimental approaches, fragment-based screening, and larger scale screening. Once we get into design, we look at various different approaches to analyze the thermodynamics of the protein system itself, understanding pockets and flexibility of pockets, high energy water, and various other advanced simulation approaches to understand the nature of the protein pocket and where there are opportunities to improve with respect to potency and selectivity. We also look at other properties as we're going through our prediction process. So not just looking at affinity to the target of interest, but selectivity to off targets, as well as various ADME models using QSAR approaches and ML approaches. After we get through that process, we get down to the synthesis, making molecules, which we do through internal and external resources, both in our own lab and through CROs. And finally, the testing stage, which again, we do in a combination of in our lab as well as through CROs. And of course, this is all an iterative cycle. There's no making a drug in one shot. I think we're a long way away from that. So it's an incremental and iterative process where we're trying to go through these cycles as quickly as possible, learn through these cycles, and make these cycles both as efficient and as accurate as possible. And ultimately, we drive toward our target product profile and come up with molecules that we can bring into the clinic and ultimately test in humans. At a high level, what we're doing is taking technology and applying it to drug discovery. The invitation, and my name's Woody Sherman, and I'm the CEO at Cyvant Therapeutics, and I'm happy to be talking to you all about what seems straightforward now. And what we're doing is taking a lot of the old kind of manual sketching things out, hundreds of thousands of data points, small number of molecules, for finding new molecules, rather toward large scale application of technology. So we're looking at billions of molecules on a weekly basis, analyzing existing structure activity relationships, patents and literature data, protein structures, chemistry accessibility, driving on our target product profile with various different approaches to making molecules as well as filtering those molecules. And as we go through this process, we really emphasize molecular dynamics simulations. There's a lot of scenarios where there's just not good data, for example, and in the end, getting to physics-based simulations, molecular dynamics, and free energy calculations. We really emphasize molecular dynamics simulations. There's a lot of scenarios where there's just not good data, for example, for novel targets or novel pockets or novel mechanisms of action. And so in many cases, we have to resort back to physics because machine learning doesn't have the appropriate data to make an impact. And to the point of big data, there's not always big data to be able to make decisions. So we use a lot of physics and we layer on experimental data, and we often use machine learning actually to combine the data from the simulations with the data from the biophysical experiments, and that results in faster and more accurate calculations. And so that's actually a bit of an aside, but an extremely important aspect of machine learning and how we use machine learning, or one way that we use it in drug discovery.
One way that we use it.
I mentioned these design cycles, and that's extremely important as well. That's extremely important drug design. Once you get a target of interest and some hits, it's all about going through the cycle where we come up with hypotheses, which we can derive through many means. There are data approaches to come up with hypotheses, but ultimately it still comes down to people and literature and the target of interest. We then enumerate chemical space in various different ways to come up with lots of ideas, potential molecules that can satisfy the hypothesis. We go through stages of filtering where we're reducing the data set from billions of ideas to millions or even thousands of ideas, where we then get into more accurate scoring methods, which ultimately includes free energy simulations, where we're accounting for protein flexibility in water, the full thermodynamics, entropy and enthalpy in the whole cascade. And then we pull all of that information together, the high accurate physics-based scoring with the machine learning-based property predictors. And the ultimate goal of going through the cycle then is to prioritize molecules, which we then synthesize either in-house or through CROs, run assays, find the molecules that move the needle, move the project in the right direction, and then iterate through this process until we reach the ultimate objective, which is achieving your target product profile, which would bring your design process to an end and move into IND enabling studies, and then finally getting molecules into human clinical trials. So I'll talk very briefly about the Quasar platform, which is what we've developed early at Silicon Therapeutics and then brought into Roivant Sciences when we got acquired last year, and now are deploying the Quasar platform in various different companies within Roivant, both Scivant and Covant, as well as Proteovant and other companies that we're exploring as well that have not yet been announced. So three core aspects of the Quasar platform. One is the proprietary force field that we've developed based on quantum mechanics, which also includes machine learning capabilities. And I'll talk about some of how machine learning is helping to improve force fields and quantum mechanical calculations. The force field is the underlying energy model for all of these molecular simulations. So it's essential, really garbage in, garbage out. So without a good force field, all the computers and simulations are not going to get to the right answer. Once we have a good force field, we run we have a suite of advanced simulations that allow us to predict binding free energies and selectivity, but also conformational free energies, conformational changes, not just what happens when a molecule binds, but what happens after it binds in terms of the conformational rearrangement, activation, allosteric modulation, and the likes. And we've developed several tools in this area that combine both experimental data and the simulation data to improve the accuracy and speed of the simulations. And we integrate that kind of data using AI and ML based approaches. So some of our AI and ML is built around that physics engine, but also other AI and ML approaches are maybe more traditional and familiar with people here that involve property predictions, gathering data and building models for things like solubility and permeability and clearance, and all that is part of the Quasar computational platform, which is really not a single solution, but a toolkit that allows us to deploy tools as needed and develop tools as necessary to solve specific problems. So the Quasar platform and the foundation of the Quasar platform really came from Silicon Therapeutics. a few years back. Ultimately, we ended up getting acquired by Roivant, but in the process of building Silicon Therapeutics, we built the first generation of the Quasar platform and deployed this on the target STING, a stimulator of interferon genes. It's a very challenging target involved in innate immunity, and it binds large cyclic dinucleotides, meaning the binding site is large. It's also a signaling protein, so you have to activate it and undergoes a large-scale conformational change upon activation. And so we had to develop a suite of tools accounting for waters and energetics, the unique dimerizing binding mode of the small molecule, quantum mechanical interactions. We developed in silico binding assays. And at the end of the day, we were able to, with just 200 molecules synthesized out of millions of molecules that we explored in the computer, we're able to come up with a molecule that's currently in human clinical trials. Here's the mouse data that you see here on the right, where a single dose of this compound results in the cyan curve, where we get complete tumor remediation or elimination. And you could see that as compared with the darker curve, where the untreated mice, of course, the tumors grow and they die. This is an immune-mediated mechanism. And so upon activation, again, just a single dose of this molecule results in complete elimination of the tumor, and the tumor actually will not grow back when reinserted. So this was a big success and demonstration of how this computation-first approach can drug challenging targets, where we came late to the game here and we're actually able to be the first ones into the clinic with a true small molecule. So that's a bit of background on Scivant, and now I just want to talk about some ideas of big data in drug discovery. So first of all, what is big data in drug discovery? It's typically focused on data that comes from chemical, biological, genetic, pharmacological, and clinical domains. There's actually, though, now a growing interest in silico data. So experimental data from the labs is often very expensive and hard to come by. We can sometimes generate in silico data, which we can build models on. And Annie-1 is a great example of this. It's a machine learning model trained on quantum mechanical data and can reproduce now quantum mechanical data thousands of times faster than running the quantum calculations. So you still have to run millions of quantum mechanical calculations up front to generate that big data. But once that's generated, those further follow-up calculations on new molecules become extremely fast. What kind of attributes do we look for in big data for drug discovery? Ideally, the data should be fast, easy, and cheap to produce. That's rare in our field. It's expensive to generate experimental data. You have to make molecules and run assays. Most of the large data sets, the big data, are available through these nonprofit initiatives, the Protein Database, Chembl, and things like that. You ideally want a large number of data points and diverse data points that are representative of what you're trying to predict, as in all cases with machine learning and AI. And of course, you want the data to be of high value and relevant. So some successes of big data in drug discovery. I guess the right place to start is AlphaFold. I should also say that all of these figures here were generated with DALL-E that you can see, and I just entered the title of each slide, and this is what came up with. So an interesting outside of our field approach of AI and ML. AlphaFold has been a huge success, I would say, and everybody knows about it. But in terms of its applications to drug discovery, we're just starting to scratch the surface. There's code that's out there, anybody can use it, but it hasn't really moved the needle in drug discovery in the same way that one would hope, because it's just a very small slice of the overall process. It's essentially comparable to generating an apocrystal structure, which is interesting and useful and can help, but doesn't transform drug discovery. But it is one piece of the bigger picture. There's other approaches like knowledge graphs and multiomics that can be helpful for target identification, making more relevant data accessible to the appropriate people at the right time. And I've just given one example of this from Jessica Binder and Tudor Opria, who are at Roivant on a paper that they published recently to find novel targets for Alzheimer's disease. There's also been some successes in active learning for things like virtual screening for finding new molecules, rather than having to run a very expensive docking calculation docking calculation, for example, on billions of molecules, perhaps one can just run a much smaller subset of the molecules through a high resolution docking protocol and then rescore those with a machine learning approach, or build a machine learning model, rescore the rest of the molecules in the database, and then be able to screen through that database much quicker. And going through that iteratively, as David Graff showed in this paper here, you can get a lot more efficiency and essentially the same accuracy with using this active learning approach. So these are a few of the successes. There's obviously a lot more. At the same time, there's a lot of machine learning that's been applied and a lot of big data that's been applied to drug discovery. We're only just starting to see some of the successes coming out of that. The challenges, there's limited sources of big data. Pharma has some, but we can't all access that. Even in pharma, it's not truly big data like you would think in the tech world. We're talking of thousands and sometimes up to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of data points, rarely millions and certainly not billions of experimental data points. A lot of companies do have data, for example, CROs, but they can't release that data because it's been paid for by other folks. And so there is a limited amount of data that's out there. Big data doesn't always mean useful data. A lot of work is needed to go through big data sets to clean them. And often your millions of initial data points end up being only a few thousand of high quality data points for building models. And a lot of domain expertise is needed for cleaning this data. And getting the right people to work together is often a challenge as well. In drug discovery, we don't always have the right machine learning people. Tech companies often lack the drug discovery domain expertise to make the right decisions and clean the data in the right way, for example. And problems that we're trying to solve are very hard. Biology is extremely complex, condensed phase, a lot of things interacting with each other. It's essentially the most complex thing that we know in the universe, and it's going to take a lot of effort to truly transform the industry. So where are we and where's the future? Well, in some sense, the future's here. There are successes being reported, and those successes continue to grow. So when we talk about when will big data and machine learning make an impact, it's already starting to make an impact, but it hasn't transformed the industry yet. We're seeing that there's an increased use of these technologies and data, but the rate of adoption is unclear, and the overall impact is still uncertain. Investments are being made, but how fast will it happen? And when are we really going to get to consistently making better, faster, cheaper drugs? There's a growing number of partnerships that are happening between tech and pharma. I think that's a big part of the future, getting these big tech companies to work with these big pharma companies and put forth big efforts to solve these big problems. And with significant investment, I think some of these nascent efforts that we are seeing now and these one-off examples of successes will really translate into transforming the entire industry. When that happens is still not entirely clear, but we know that it's coming. We're on the right trajectory. So with that, I'd like to wrap it up, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Roivant Therapeutics is doing. One of the things I should mention, he did bring up about the CROs having a lot of access to data. As being the CEO of Syngene, where we have a lot of access to data, we are actually actively looking at how can we use that data without impacting client confidentiality or patient confidentiality, because ultimately it's this big data that's actually going to make the difference. So stay tuned on that. There's more to come in this exciting field. With that, I'd like to invite now both Dr. Kishan Guram and Dr. Nandu Gattu on the stage here. If you can please join me. I will also ask the media folks to help me bring Panna Sharma online. He's going to join us for the panel discussion as well. And while the first piece of technology worked with Woody Sherman, let's hope that the second piece of technology works with Panna Sharma as well. In the meantime, if I can have a mic for these folks here, and I can have them introduce themselves a little bit more than the introduction that I did, which was very brief. So if you can take a couple of minutes just to introduce yourself, and then we'll get into the interaction, where we'll welcome questions from the audience, but also we'll talk a lot more about the kind of approaches that you're taking. But spend a minute or so on your introductions, please. Let's start with you, Nandu. There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's probably lunch is waiting, but I'm pretty sure we would have a more interactive discussion here. So we can wait for another half an hour. So like Mahesh said, my name is Nandu. I work at Eagle Genomics. I'm a computational biologist. I've been in this field of computational biology for the last 25 plus years. And I worked in many multiple pharma companies back in US before I came back to India. So I also worked in a CRO for about close to 15 years. So I get a experience of both a CRO and also the drug discovery. So that's a brief introduction. So like Mahesh said, we will come back more about after personal
Your
introduction.
approaches, we'll talk more about that.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
So,
Thank you.
Please.
Dr. Kishan.
Thank you. My name is Kishan. So I'm a PhD in chemistry. After working 22 years in corporate world, 3+ years back, have decided to do completely differently. I never worked in drug discovery per se, but I started drug discovery company because my expertise are more combining a different competencies putting together. So I believed in this drug discovery required from mathematics, physics to chemistry, biology, and that's what I'm doing at Saudi AI, which I will talk more about. Thank you.
Fantastic. And I'm sure we are still working to the connectivity with Pana Sharma, in which case, do we have him on screen? Okay. All right. So let's do this. Why don't we have you talk about your technology, Dr. Nandu, on what are the approaches that you're taking? I know you're focused heavily on the microbiome approaches, which is quite unique in terms of utilizing the orthogonal aspects of data and metadata, if you will. Take us through what is it that is your approach, and then we will have Pana online as well. Please.
Sounds good, Mahesh. Thank you so much. Yeah. So let me start with a little brief about a company. So we'll set the foundation, then we talk about the drug and big data aspects of it. So the Eagle Genomics is a microbiome company. And the term of microbiome, it's recently evolving. It's a study of the microbes which are present in the body, right? So I'm pretty sure you may think that, microbiome or microbiology, the first thing comes to you is about antibiotics. But it's more than that. Microbiome is not just a bad bacteria. It's a good bacteria also. There is quite a bit of a good bacteria present in our body. If you, in the previous session, we heard about the cell therapy, right? In a human body, we have about 30 trillion cells. You know how many microbe cells are present in a body? 40 trillion cells. 40 trillion microbes are present in a body. It's a huge, isn't it? And it's present all over the place and approximately 2% of our body weight is microbes. So it has a good and a bad microbes. Eagle Genomics is looking into the effects of the good microbes in terms of treating the One Health. The concept of a One Health is, it's recently introduced about 2 years ago by WHO. The One Health is nothing but the health of the humans, health of animals, health of environment. So it's a combination of all the entire world health is nothing but a One Health. Within the One Health, how the microbes have influence on the human health. You must have seen probiotics that we use on a regular basis. Similarly, animal health, how the microbes influence on the animal health. That's another task we are engaged. In addition, the environment health, right? Specifically talking about the agriculture. In the past, when we are thinking about a soil, we look into what minerals are there, what kind of other molecules are there, and how fertile is the soil. But now we graduated into a stage where we are talking about how many microbes are there in a given soil. Is the soil is fertile because of the microbes. So we are getting into the regenerative agriculture situation. So Eagle Genomics handles all these different domains, and we have a platform which is called eData Scientist, where the platform is capable of data ingestion, data management, data analysis, data visualization. So it takes across the board entire data cycle. Now you can imagine the big data, right? Now getting from a one particular domain itself is a huge data. Now coming from a different types, animal health, human health, agri health, personal care also. You buy a soap from the Unilever, right? Lifebuoy or whatever, Lux. That's again microbiome oriented things, right? Which microbes it is going to kill. So microbes are everywhere. So that's what Eagle Genomics platform is capable. We are across the board in the data journey. So thank you.
Thanks. That's a great introduction to use and the opportunity of the volume of data that's there. Fantastic. Kishan, let's hear from you. You're taking some unique approaches to both generating a lot of data and then also utilizing that data. Let's hear what is it that you're doing at Shravati AI.
Thanks, Mahesh. So Shravati formed under the strategic aims. First one is, how do we make drug development and drug discovery affordable and accessible to everybody in India? The second is, how to do it is use this platform, artificial intelligence, Dr. Woody mentioned that. How to speed up our R&D efforts to the extent possible so that drug discovery is not very expensive stuff anymore. So that's what we have developed with the multidisciplinary. I started with starting with artificial intelligence, molecular modeling, biology, medicinal chemistry, and everything. We put together right competency, and we have used the time of pandemic very effectively, looking at internalizing everything. So what we have done we understood the market coming from industry background. The first thing in India, if you look at it, all the big companies are moving towards generic. Very few companies you will look at it doing a drug discovery. Ask the question why. The why is the success rate is very low, means failure rates are very high, and it's also very, very expensive to do entire drug discovery. If you understand the fundamental challenges, can we overcome using our AI platform? And that's where we are trying to solve it. We are now doing all the property predictions, everything what you do in a biological studies. Can you predict with 85, 90% accuracy is 95, but instead of 0 accuracy. So present success rate of drug discovery anywhere 0.02%. That we are trying to improve significantly so that success rate goes up, and that's where we have developed all the platform. And how do we do it? We have developed AI platforms. First is generating the molecules. How do we generate the molecules? Yeah, using all this chemistry knowledge, what we have studied from a fundamental chemistry to all the way, just not the data-based, it's a fundamental chemistry rule-based role, along with all the available data. Then once you do it, you down select by the properties, and so that you get it. Now I'm happy to say that within this short time, we are able to validate 3 compounds. All of them are immuno-oncology targets. Able to get to a million compound for every target. Down select to 30 compounds. We are targeting to less than 50 compound to synthesize, not more than for any given target. Within that, we should get the best activity compound. So first program, we have synthesized 30. All 30 are active. When I define the 30 active in a micromolar level, now we have those molecules less than 10, less than 20 activity, we have compounds. The third program is also validated. So what we did is, people don't believe it if you go to the models and say that I have. So we made integrated chemistry labs. We have synthesized all those and validated. Now, I'll go to the next one. Once you start talking about discovery, 30, 50 compounds, each compound required a 10-step, 20-step, 30-step as a synthesis. Now, what we went to the journey is, yeah, you moved a roadblock one end to other end, like a Bengaluru traffic, we talk about it, isn't it? So that's where we come up with entire chemistry AI platform, wherein anything to do with the chemistry in the lab, we are able to do it in silico to reduce your R&D time by 90% of time. How do you do it? We have come up with the models of route of synthesis of any given known, unknown compounds. We have come up with what is the probability of that reaction happening, or what is the impurities. Then you can do the yield prediction, yield optimization. We can do for every single step anywhere 1,000 to 10,000 reaction a day. Then come up with optimized results and then go to the lab. So what that, in summary, what I'm saying is, you can do everything in silico first, analyze everything, then go with a little efforts to the lab, and thereby you can reduce your resources, your chemical usage, and everything to do with the discovery, and thereby it is accessible and affordable to everybody in India. Thank you.
Fantastic. Really great description. I think actually what you talked about is the fact that we're not just impacting drug discovery, but we are starting to do things that are going to help the next phase of the whole cycle, which is development. How do you synthesize it faster? How do you make more quantities of it? How do you address eventually, of course, cost of drugs and all of those bits around it? Great. I'm looking forward to even more insights. I understand that we can now have Panna Sharma. So if we can hear his opening comments, the approach that Lantern Pharma is taking, let's do that by video.
Mahesh, thank you for letting me be part of this panel. It's exciting. So I think we're living in a fairly unique time today because the amount of data that's available to do one of the most complex things, which is develop breakthrough new medicines and drugs, is totally changing. 5 years ago, many of the things that we're doing today at Lantern and also many other innovative biopharma companies really could not be done. We've developed an AI platform internally called Radar. And what that does, it's really brings in all of the oncology data that's out there in the world. We have about 25 billion data points from drug studies, patient records, cell line records, animal models, clinical trials. And really what we're trying to do is have layers of data, and then on top of that, algorithms that help us address some of the more fundamental problems in drug discovery. And in cancer, those problems are different than in other modalities. For us, one of the most important one is on mechanism of action. Another one is on finding the right drug combinations, identifying new breakthrough or new indications, and then also very importantly, developing a diagnostic or developing a way to really understand who the right patient is for that trial. And all these questions have very, very different types of algorithms that help support the development of those 4 areas that most cancer drug developers are focused on. And so we've published on our platform called Radar in a number of publications. We're presented at AACR, ASCO, and ASH. We just came out with a paper with the National Cancer Institute out of Maryland, which is quite exciting, where we talked about how we developed a whole entirely new indication in an ultra-rare brain cancer called ATRT. That indication would not have been possible at the level of speed at which we did it if it weren't for our Radar AI platform. You know, being able to generate insights about how smart B1 tumors can be targeted with our drug. That was really not even unheard of to do that 5 years ago or 3 years ago. But today, we have drugs that have been really wonderfully molecularly characterized. And more importantly, we can better understand where they should be pointed at and if they will work or not work. And that compresses the timeline of oncology medicine development. And that's what we're doing. So we have a number of drugs, 2 drugs that are totally new, never in humans, that are going into trials next year. And then we have 2 drugs that are rescue drugs. Again, drug rescue is, you know, if a drug fails, why did it fail? Is there some signal in there where we can better understand what patients will really benefit from it? So we have 2 programs that are rescue, 2 programs that are totally new, de novo drug programs. And all of this development is guided by big data approaches. So our team is, half of our team is data and AI centric, the other half are drug developers and cancer biologists. And so we're living in an era today where we can bring these 2 very different disciplines and solve some really complex problems as a result of that. At Lantern, what we have seen in the development of our drugs, I'll talk about 2 areas where we've saved a lot of time and money. It typically takes in the preclinical development somewhere between 4 and 6 years to really get comfortable around the molecule, the indication, the mechanism, and then what's called the clinical launch plan. And all that development, including manufacturing of the drug product and refinement of the process, everything, is a 4 to 6 year process. In the US, that can take anywhere from 10 to $100 million plus 200 million. Our process, we did that not one time, but we did it in 5 different indications in the last 2 years at an average cost of less than 2 million. So people ask us, does AI really save money? I mean, not only has it saved money, but it's allowed a small company like us to go from 3 drug programs when we went public in June of 2020. Today, sitting here in November, we have 11 drug programs in just a little over 2 years. That's a pretty unprecedented amount of progress in that time frame. That time frame, again, comes at an average cost for our preclinical development, somewhere in the range of $2 to $3 million. So it's a fraction of the cost. And that's all been guided because of AI and algorithms. And so the infrastructure to manage algorithms has also improved vastly. You know, all of these ML, machine learning, automation, DevOps environments like ML Flow, that's one we use. It's, you know, that, you know, 5 years ago, these were just beginning to come around. And so now you can do hyperparameter tuning of thousands and thousands of different parameters, and the machines can do it themselves. You know, you used to take one biostats person, one bioinformatics person, maybe you could run a few algorithms and really tune them over the course of a week. We now can do that. We can train and spin up over 1,000 algorithms in less than an afternoon. And so your power of what you're analyzing just increases so rapidly. So algorithms and your ability to manage them have increased. Data has increased tremendously, the quality of that data, and patients are sharing data and scientists are sharing data. So you have massive increases in cancer data and the quality of that cancer data. You have massive increases in your ability to manage and understand complex algorithms across different ranges of problems. And then more importantly, our understanding of the chemistry of all these molecules and antibodies and peptides is also improving. So we're able to make better and better guesstimates of how molecules should interact and what their mechanisms are. So this is going to create a whole new wave of, I think, precision therapies at half the cost or a quarter of the cost that it used to take. So I think this is really good news for health globally, and it's really good news for cancer patients, because one of the biggest challenges in cancer isn't just the cost of the drug, but it's also we don't have enough innovative medicines in cancer. There's hundreds and hundreds of different cancers, but we don't have hundreds and hundreds of drug programs. We have, you know, we have a handful of 30, 40 drugs that are virtually used in every kind of cancer that we point them at, but yet we know there's hundreds of different cancers. And so data is a golden way to change the equation and bring costs down at the same time, because we're taking years and years out of the cycle. So to me, this is it's really probably one of the most wonderful things that we could do in biotech today, is the application of AI and ML to solve these really wonderful problems that teams are now beginning to understand better because of data. And more importantly, you can iterate that. It's not just staying in the cloud. Once you have an idea, you can take it to the lab quickly, or you can take it to multiple labs at the same time and get more data. So it's an iterative process. So when our AI predicted, this was about 3 years ago, it predicted one of our drugs would work in a brain cancer called GBM, glioblastoma. It's about 50% of brain cancers, roughly. And the first time that signal came up, we actually ignored it because it was our bias that we weren't quite sure whether the blood-brain barrier question had really been solved for that molecule. And so we went after a few other indications that we continued to develop. We loaded all that data again back into our AI platform, and again, it said GBM. We said, well, we can't ignore it this time. We tested it in some GBM, it worked, and now we're going to go into GBM trials next year. And so 3 years ago, no signal. 2 years ago, we had a really good validation, early validation in GBM. 1 year ago, we published at Society of Neuro-Oncology, published again there this year, and next year we'll be in trials. So that's, you know, that's to me is a really fascinating framework for how drug development can be done in cancer in the future.
Great, thank you very much. I think that's fascinating. Some of those numbers that we heard are just amazing, right? Going from 3 drugs to 11 in a matter of 2 years. What would normally have taken 15, 20 years is now done in a matter of 2.5 years. Fantastic. The billions of data points that is now being curated. I know we are running short of time, so I'm going to directly open it up to see if there are any questions here in the audience that we can ask. And I'll just limit the questions to both Kishan and Nandu here. Anybody, can we get a microphone, please? Did you have a question?
Yeah, hi, this is Dr. Madhura Vipra. I had a question to you, but then you said we will limit it to Dr. Nandu and Dr. Kishan. So
Do your best. They are the experts here. We are doing a lot of work ourselves, but please, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand. So, it's about this data, right? It's what we are talking about. We all know the importance of data and what you can get out of it. But the challenge that you pointed yourself and also the speakers is how the real data from, let's say, CRO and or other sources would come for use, because the CRO is bound by the confidentiality. The data that client has, a single client's data is of no use. It's not really going to add value.
Sure.
So at some point in time, someone needs to look at it comprehensively, where the data from many different trials and or projects that have come together have to be looked at. I think this is the right time for all of us to come together and solve that problem in its entirety. Any expert opinion from you and or otherwise of the panel will be appreciated.
I'll let them see if they want to take a stab at it, and then I'll add my comments. Please, just take 30 seconds, please, if you will.
I'll take on the, not as a CRO view, on the data and data quality. So now, what in the AI ML area, there are fewer things well developed and well accepted. Image processing and the voice and the language. So in that, NLP models are very useful, very available for everybody freely. It's any data, whichever is possible to access, you can develop, whether patent to or open literature we can extract. And that's how the quality of data, because the quality of data, everybody whoever publishes, not there. How do you take care, and your success rate is purely depends on the quality of data. So we develop as an enabler, NLP is an enabler, we develop all of that databases. Now, extending to without looking at a legality, and that's not, I cannot comment. I've never worked on CRO. So the internally, the lab notebooks and all, everybody went to electronic lab notebooks. Internally, anybody can do it. But how to overcome that legal aspect of it or somebody else confidential, something I cannot answer. But the AI-based models are available where you can extract and construct, put it in a structured way and curate it.
I think what you're talking about, Kishan, is that, it's data quality is important, source of data is important, which is your point as well. Let's hear your perspective, Nandu, on that.
Yeah, so it's a very, very interesting topic, because the CROs are generating the tons and tons of data from across the globe, right? So if you could take a step back, if you look into the clinical trials, right? Lately, people are pharma companies are start publishing the clinical trials for everybody's benefit in a decentralized, de-identifying the details and giving all that information across the board for everybody to understand, learn, success, failure, and everything. In a similar manner, I think we should identify the ways, for example, in the chemistry, and Kishan talk about the route of synthesis, right? How do we find the novel synthetic routes? When you look into the CRO, which is synthesizing the small molecules or the large molecules, or in a small scale or a large scale, there are tons of different routes or different steps they will involve. But we don't have to, not necessarily all of the steps are proprietary in nature. Of course, we need to really look into it, the details, but we may want to take the benefit of doubt, how many steps we have gone, and what are the step 1 to step 2 to 3, what are the things? Can we take the knowledge from that particular things and build a knowledge base behind the scene so that we can use for the next time when we synthesize, we may get some automatic information, predict that if you go from this place to this place, it can get better rather than at this. So I'm sure there are ways to address this. We must take the advantage of that big data which is lying. If you don't take it, that's become a garbage. So it becomes the one-man property rather than a world's property.
Yep. Fabulous, thank you.
Can I?
Let me just add one more bit to this, and hopefully it might, because I see quite a few hands up. I don't know that we'll have time for all of this, but I think the bit that I want to add is, it's about making sure we have data access. And in this, it's not just the companies and the industry that has a role to play, it has the governments that have a role to play, and it has academics that have a role to play. For example, the US has done its part by saying, well, anything that's going to be funded through government funding is going to be in the public domain after 2 years, right? So those are the kinds of steps that we need to take. Now, as CROs, what is it that we can do? Because we are, of course, sitting on a large data set, is to say we are building our own databases. And we can offer that on subscription to ones who are accepting that, yes, their data can be into those databases, where, of course, they get the benefit of also you having access to that subscription. So there are models that we will have to look at, but data access, data sharing is going to be key for all of this to be successful. I know you had a question.
One for Nandu, other one for Kishan. One, Nandu, it's like this. Now that new drug discovery is $2.6 billion and 12 years on the pipeline. So using this big data, how much time we can reduce? How much time we can reduce to bring that from the desk to bedside?
No, in introductory comments, Mahesh mentioned about one company doing up to lead identification and evaluating the biological capabilities of a compound in 48 days, right? Extensia has done it. So with the invention of gathering that big data and using the AI ML on top of it, things can be possible. Today, what you said is the traditional drug discovery. Now, where we are currently at the juncture is the artificial intelligence-based drug discovery. There is one more step to go a long way, where we can use the artificial intelligence from end to end. Instead of that 10 to 14 years, can we do it in 2-3 years? And now the virtual clinical trials are coming, virtual cohort creations are coming, so that will also help us to accelerate the overall journey.
In terms of the money, it's around $2.6 billion now. I think we can reduce half the price, right?
Absolutely. It all depends on how much we are spending the clinical trials. Lion's share of amount is going to the clinical trial, right? So if we can accelerate that one, then tons of money will be saved right there.
One last question to Kishan. Kishan, we work on drug delivery systems. So you spoke about the new drug discovery. So most of now overseas, US is now working more on the drug delivery system rather than on the new drug discovery. Can just few minutes, not few seconds about that on AI to material science?
Sure.
Thank you.
So first I will extend the comment. The drug discovery people talk about 12 years. You need to now segregate that 12 years or 15 years into subcategory. Early stage discovery in silico, 48 days, what you're talking about, only discovery of molecule in a computer. Okay. And that can be done. 48 hours is little bit of home data if you have it. But on average, 2 to 3 months are good enough. We are able to produce any target you talk about it. 2 to 3 months, you'll have a million compound down selected to 30 to 50 compounds. Done. Then the next step is how much time it takes to synthesize. That's where we went to the next platform. 3 to 4 months, if we have enough resources, let's say 10 people working, versus 5 years for a 10,000, 25,000 molecule, 5 years. So that you are going to bring down to months. So what I would say, IND stage, you can get it less than 1 year. Post IND stage, it's different to the regulatory efforts. Now, how long it will take to the regulatory and whether we do what type of regulatory. So that's one part of it. The second one, what you talked about, the delivery system. So we have also a platform called a formulation platform. So what we looked at it is end to end, whatever required in silico as a specialization. So in the drug discovery delivery system, unless you have a metabolic entire system, it is also not a very easy one. So a lot of people worked on nanotechnology and kind of thing. Those things are available. But what we looked at slightly in a chemistry angle, because we focused on chemistry. Hey, how to improve the solubility, how to improve the stability. So how to get the bioequivalence, the bioavailability. These are the 3 challenges. We have a models developed for all of these 3 as of now. So everything is in days right now.
Fabulous. On that note, I'm going to end the session. Thank you very much, everyone, for your contributions. I think in summary, we have some fantastic numbers, basically, that we can look forward to a lot of reduction in costs, a lot of reduction in timelines, with a lot of data that we will be able to process. Thank you very much, Nandu. Thank you very much, Kishan. I also have to thank Panna and Panna Sharma and Woody Sherman from Boston, making this session really, really interesting, taking it from not just purely a discussion that's an IT-based discussion, but an IT and a BT-based discussion, absolutely appropriate for the Bangalore Tech Summit. Thank you very much for participating in this session. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for the eminent speakers out here. Thank you very much for the knowledge-packed session, sir. Could I please request Dr. Mahesh to give the token of memento to our speakers? Could I also call back Dr. Chandru to please come up on the dais and give the memento to Dr. Mahesh? Thank you, sir. For a quick picture, sir. All of you. A picture. A picture. Picture, yes. From big data in drug discovery to how to reach the $100 billion biological manufacturing opportunity for India. That's going to be our session post-lunch. We will be joining back here at 2 p.m. There is also bio quiz happening at GIA Hall 5, GIA 2 Hall 5. The people billion biological manufacturing opportunity for India. The session owner and the moderator, Mr. Suresh. Mr. Suresh is the Chief Operating Officer of ABLE. May I please invite him on the dais? Sir is an accomplished journalist and was the past group editor of Biospectrum, Asia's first biotechnology published simultaneously from India and Singapore. Mr. Suresh is also striving to expand the footprint of ABLE to reach out to the entire biotech community and push it towards the goal of achieving a $100 million bioeconomy in the country by 2025. I would please hand it over to you, Mr. Suresh. Thank you. Yes. Could I also please have the speakers on the stage? Mr. Vikas Katiyal, the head manufacturing operations of Biologicals, Synergy International Limited. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. J.B. Jacob, Senior President, Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited. Mr. Srinivasan Raman, Senior Vice President and Global Head of Manufacturing Science and Technology, Biocon Biologicals Limited. And Dr. S.D. Revatkar, Director, Serum Institute of India. I would request Mr. Suresh to please take over the session from here. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the President of ABLE, Mr. Krishnan, and Dr. Vijay Chandu, who as the conference chair of the Biotech track has put together all the sessions which have been going on in the last 3 days in this hall. Without his help, we wouldn't have been able to put together. He's also the past president of ABLE. So in this session, we have about 45 minutes also post-lunch, but we'll still try to keep it engaging and interesting. So as the session title said, it's 100 billion biological manufacturing. Of course, there are many, many biological or many billion targets going around. So let me just start setting the context itself. One is India 2012 on 2012, ABLE and others of the industry. We visually at the time the industry was somewhere around few $1 billion. That time we said that the country should aim for 100 billion bioeconomy target. Bioeconomy is the economic value created by various biotechnology products and services. So then it was 100 billion was the target set for 2025. And then what happened is the industry was going for on average about 10 to 15%. So even Government of India and every industry thought 100 billion by 2025 is too small. Now it's a revised target is 150 billion by 2025. So in that context, so last year we closed 2021 at about 80 billion. So then we have to double to close to 150 billion in the next 3 years. That's a broader number, that billion numbers, 100. In between, what happened when our Prime Minister Modi came to address, inaugurate the Indian Science Congress 4 years back to Bangalore, and then biotech being synonymous, Bangalore, among other cities. So he said, just the biological manufacturing itself should be 100 billion within this 150 billion or as a separate target. That is what he said. And so from there, we have been looking at 100 billion as a biological manufacturing. And what does this mean? What is the biological manufacturing? So I'm just looking at last year, India is one of the largest automobile markets in the world. Last year, we produced something like 24 lakh cars are sold in India. And then on top of all these 24 lakh cars, most of it is manufactured in India. Maybe a few thousands are imported. India, the 6 or 7 car manufacturers produce another 7 lakh cars close to that, all 25% of national production only for exports. There are car export terminals outside Chennai for Hyundai, Ford and others. So what has happened is we produce about 24 lakh cars, another 6-7 lakh for export. Similarly, our companies, the vision is that, we should produce many of this. Just another example is Apple phone. Apple phone is designed in the US by Apple, but it's entirely manufactured out of China, Taiwan, or now in India. So nothing is produced in US, but the whole, hundreds and thousands of people are employed only to manufacture iPhone. Similarly, the aim is biotech also. Since we have the capability, our companies are there, we have people, we have facility, we should also start manufacturing various biological products for the world, not just for the Indian market. Within biotech, so there is a biopharmaceutical under which there is a vaccines are there, then therapeutics, antivirals, and gene therapies, many other products, genomic products, and then now there is a new class of veganism are taken over. So there is alternate protein products are getting manufactured, and then of course biofuel. 10% of our petrol is blended with biofuel. We'll increase it to 20, but whatever biofuels we manufacture will be consumed here itself. We are not going to export. I don't think we'll have anything to export biofuels. So at least 3 or 4 of these sectors will have to contribute to the biological manufacturing. And from our studies and our estimate is that out of this 80 billion last year, maybe about 15 to 20 billion will be the value of biologicals manufactured within the country. Just an example, for example, Serum Institute, before the Covishield, or 85% of every vaccine they produce was for the world. Hardly 10% is consumed within India. So that is, Serum was manufacturing for the world. Africa, Latin America, the whole world consume. Similarly, companies like Biocon and Dr. Reddy's, many other group produce a lot of products which are all exported. And export means our companies are producing, our people are involved in production to other countries. So right now we stand at about 15 to 20 billion dollar. And how do we take this to 100 billion? So, and what will this mean if you are going to do 100 billion? That means our companies will expand. They will be employing a lot more people. They'll be expanding the facility. They'll be having more scientists to tweak the production process, more and more opportunity, because every product manufactured in the country creates jobs, and these are high value jobs. That is one of the reasons why the government, the industry, everyone is gung-ho that we should manufacture as many products as possible here. And also, as last year's pandemic showed, in emergencies, unless we manufacture all these critical products ourselves, we will be dependent on somebody else. Somebody else can ban exports. So we should be, as a nation, as one of the world's fastest growing economy, we should be trying to make as many things as possible for our own people. That is the context in which, so I have a set of eminent panelists. Dr. Satish Ravedkar, is from the Serum Institute, and thanks to him and his team is why we are all here after all the vaccination and we are able to meet physically. Last 2 years, the conference was held in a virtual mode only. So thanks to you all, we are here. Then we have Srinivas Raman. This company, Biocon Biologics, it's a subsidiary of Biocon, which is trying to manufacture, which is exactly what we are trying to do. So the manufacture for the whole host of products. Then Dr. J.V. Jacob, again from Bharat Serum, another vaccine company, one of the very, very established vaccine company. They also manufacture products for India and the world. And then Dr. Vikas Katyal, again, Syngene International, part of the Biocon group. All of us, so we have got some of the topmost people involved in this business for this panel. So my first question to all of you is, where do you see your the biological manufacturing situation in the country from your company perspective, because you would have already done a lot of internal strategies also from where to take it. Even though I should ask Dr. Ravedkar first, because after he talks, others won't get such an opportunity. So I'll start from Vikas from this side. Serum will drown everyone else.
Yeah. I guess when we look at the whole industry as of now, I think we are looking at a $400 billion industry on biologics. And we're looking at around about 20% of it on the CDMO front. And the way the industry is moving, I think we are looking at a growth of around about 8% CAGR over the next 5 years. And on the CDMO front, it's going to be in the early teens, around about 12 to 13%. And I would focus more on the CDMO bit of it because Syngene is basically a pure play CDMO. And the way I look at it is, we started this journey on biologics around about 11 years back. And the way we find ourselves now is that we moved from the early phase to a phase where commercialization happens. And that's the place wherein you would see an inflection point in terms of the revenue generation. So I think the CDMO industry, including Syngene, is moving to a place wherein it could it could contribute majorly to enhanced revenue from the contract space. Secondly, what we've seen is the COVID has been an inflection point for all of us, because what we have seen in the past is that we were not too bothered about the supply chain bit of it. But COVID has shown us that disruptions became a norm rather than an exception at that point of time. So again, going towards a backward integration, there is a need for the single-use industry and the raw material industries to come up, which could cater to the biologics. And we see that trend happening now. We would see a lot of companies coming up on the single-use bit of it. Then there was this whole advanced therapeutics that came in with COVID. The mRNAs, the pDNAs. And what we see now is because these technologies have become more relevant now, they're also segueing, at least the pDNA is segueing more onto the cell and gene therapy space. And that's a good space for India to be in, because at present the therapies are extremely expensive in the West, and India offers a very cost-effective manufacturing setup to make it more accessible to people. At Syngene, we have been continuously, in the last 11 years, we've been continuously expanding our capacities and also expanding our portfolio towards newer therapies, just to make sure that we serve not only the Western world, but India with a cost-effective solution. If we look at the first generation biotherapeutics, because of the natural progression of the product life cycle, there are huge pressures on cost. And that there again, India offers a great opportunity for mass production. And that's where I believe is the key to reaching the $150 billion revenue target of 2025. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon all. Thanks very much to Mr. Suresh and the ABLE team and everybody else for organizing this event and for inviting us to participate in this panel discussion. So at Bharat Serums and Vaccines, we are not, though we have vaccines in our name, we are really not a vaccine company. We have multiple product platforms. Recombinant biologics is one of them. We also have, biologics, natural biologics that we purify from serum, normal immunoglobulins, as well as, we have equine-based biologicals where we hyperimmunize horses basically, and then purify products, antibodies from them for treatment of, envenomation or for rabies. Right? So there are very interesting products that we have in the biologic space. And BSV, over the last 20 years, the primary focus has been India as well as some of the sort of emerging market countries. But right now we are having very significant growth ambitions in emerging markets as well as in more regulated markets like US and Europe. So that's where we expect, significant growth to come from, primarily in the recombinant biologic space. In the recombinant biologic space, our core area of focus is women's health and fertility products. So we have a range of hormones that we manufacture, and these are all products that we intend to take to regulated markets like US and Europe. Now, what is really required for Indian companies to succeed in the global market, particularly in regulated markets like US and Europe, I think we need to, companies like Biocon, Intas, some of these companies have already succeeded in getting regulatory approvals in US and Europe. So I think it's, the country is right on track. There's more to be done. Now, one of the challenges is, when we develop products for these regulated markets, a lot of development work that has been done over the last, 15 or 20 years may not necessarily be acceptable for taking these products to the outside markets. So that's where we end up, going back to the drawing board and, doing some redevelopment work. And I think in the panel discussion in the morning, I think Dr. Manohar from Stemputics also alluded to that, right? I think, when you go back and try to do things for US, Europe, you realize that, you need significantly now more investments and time to, get those products registered in those markets. So that's the journey that we are on right now, doing sort of somewhat redevelopment work for some of our molecules, as well as for all the new molecules in our pipeline. Now we are, doing it where, we can sort of simultaneously commercialize the new products in India as well as in the regulated markets. Purely from a manufacturing point of view, again, we need to make sure that our facilities, are state-of-the-art infrastructure, right? Now, when you set up a new facility, I think it's easier to do. They're all capital intensive. That's a different matter altogether. But at least you can design them from scratch to be, compliant to global standards that are required. But when you have to sort of retrofit a facility, then it's much harder work, right? But ensuring that your manufacturing facilities are state-of-the-art, that is critically important. The other is, talent. I think, Vikas also touched upon it. I think, having the right skilled manpower is also extremely critical. So I think, it's quite exciting to see at this event a lot of students, right? I think students coming through, with the proper training who can actually take up both R&D and manufacturing jobs. I think it's critically important. The other aspect that's again critically important is quality, right? I think the quality culture, especially in the pharma industry, I think, there is really no room for any error, right? So I think this is a critically important piece that, as an industry, we need to make sure that, the right quality culture and quality systems are set up. I think if we have all these basic elements in place, there is no reason that, we should achieve the, 100 billion or 150 billion in manufacturing over the next, I don't know, 5 to 10 years or so. 100 billion, yeah. I think those numbers will keep changing, I guess, right? So keep going up. Yeah, they never come down. They always keep going up. Yeah.
Maybe I'll add to the views expressed by Vikas and Dr. JB. Maybe I'll start with our perspective as Biocon. We have focused on biologicals on treating, onco-related diseases, the cancer diseases, metabolic diseases, and also immunological diseases, right? And historically, if you've seen, the use of biologicals have proven themselves in long-term chronic treatments. And that's because our body is able to accept, such compounds for a long time. And we have always looked at it from a patient perspective. I remember Kiran saying a blockbuster drug is something which reaches 1 billion patients, not reaches $1 billion. So, but then when you focus on patients, business automatically happens along the way, right? And so historically, if you see India's performance, I understand from 2015 to 2020, in the 5-year block, we had doubled our bioeconomy, right? So I think it was 70 billion odd in 2020. If we talk about the Prime Minister's target of $150 billion, we are talking about another doubling in the second 5-year block period. And manufacturing facility and talent, definitely those are the core elements. Along with that comes the enablers, getting the right materials, equipment, machinery. As much as we make these in India, then that will support the biotech industry going. And obviously government support, the policies, and I'm sure we'll talk about it. Yeah, those also form a key part of the ecosystem for achieving this target. And as people in the industry, we believe it's a reasonable target for us. That's how we look at it. And on the flip side of these revenues, what you see is the health of the patients around the globe getting enhanced, and that's what motivates companies like us in investing in research. And these products do not come easily. The technologies have to be developed. It takes a long time, but we commit ourselves because of the end results that these kind of products bring in for the patients. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. At outset, I must thank Able for organizing this beautiful seminar on this topic, which is of very interest to everybody. And it is main thing is it is being held in a Bangalore, which is a very innovative city. And it is of course it is a world known fact that it is a IT city. But I think as Suresh, who is heading Able now from Biospectrum, Able has also got a huge role to play in growth of Serum Institute of India. And how did we grow? Actually, when I joined Serum 50 years back, we were less than 10 people. And the turnover of the company was less than crore of rupees. So I'm not trying to impress on you the figures about myself. What I am trying to say is how the companies grow. So what we said, we become customer centric. So, we use a Japanese philosophy of becoming customer centric. And I was just talking to Dr. Mahesh of Syngene, who is CEO, that I always used to ask you, when WHO and UNICEF people used to come to Serum, that for inspection and for approvals, that what is the next vaccine you're looking out for? And we used to develop that as our next R&D product. So I'm sharing with you a secret of how Serum has grown, and also we develop in a manner, as all of you know, I presume, that we are exporting to more than 140 countries as on today. And also there are a number of products, recombinant vaccines, then with Covishield, which Mr. Adar Poonawalla has developed, we could get into the vector-based vaccines. So it is a new area, and I'm very happy to inform you that we could, with the encouraging policies of Government of India today, we could fulfill the requirement of the
not only country, as Suresh said, in fact, we exported a lot of doses, and there were a lot of inquiries of export, and government of India rightly didn't allow us to export that time the vaccine, because they thought that country will be deprived of it. Huge loss will be there of manpower. And so they didn't allow us to develop, but we had risen to the occasion and developed the vaccine in the very shortest possible time. And we got luckily the technology, which is a proven technology. We have to look for in vaccine all the angles, the technology of the manufacture, the scale of manufacture, then it's not easy. And we are also trying to implement latest technologies, and like vector-based, I said, in Covishield, Mr. Adar Poonawalla, which he collaborated, and who is a CEO of Serum Institute now. And so we have to have our eyes and ears open. And my advice to you, all people, and we can achieve with the present government policies 100 billion easily. If IT can achieve, in BT can achieve. That's my perception is. If only thing what we need to change is very honesty in work. And if that attitude is developed, I think it's not a day is far when we reach 100 billion as dreamt by Abel. And it's very easy, provided get right technology, we export the product, and we concentrate on being very honest in using latest technology, like I just met gentleman from Pune who is working on artificial intelligence. There are a lot of IT techniques which can be blended into BT, like artificial intelligence, data analytics. So US FDA is already gone into it. And so I think we should follow that and blend with regular technology as per se. Okay, thank you.
So continuing, I think you have been very modest, Dr. Ravekar. So the scale of what we achieve as a country or this industry should be known, because before the pandemic in 2020, there was about 32 vaccines used by the humanity, out of which 2020, the entire total production or consumption was about 5.4 billion doses. And out of which, even in 2020, Serum Institute of Manufacturing are supplying almost 1/3 of it, 1.5 billion doses. And then when COVID came, 2021, all the vaccine companies together supplied more than about 12 to 13 billion doses of only COVID vaccine. Forget about all the other 5 billion doses. And out of which Serum and our other companies together produced 3 billion doses, almost 25% of all the COVID vaccines in the world. So what this means is that you have a humongous manufacturing facility, but it also needs a very, very varied supply chain. You are sourcing almost 150 ingredients into the vaccine from around the world. And this is a very complex, only very few companies have that, the ingredients. So if all this is supplied by Indian companies, that will expand that. So what does it involve? If you are employing 10,000 people in Serum, if all the ingredients or most of it is made only by Indian companies and supplied to Serum and other vaccine manufacturers, what will be the size of this sector as well as in terms of people? Because that will give an idea what are we talking about.
It's a good question, Mr. Suresh. In fact, as I said, we had, means we could rise to the occasion and we developed the capacities required for the vaccine manufacture. And we could also scale up to the 2000 liter. That is how we could produce 1.2 billion doses in 4 months of Covishield vaccine. So you have to be careful in all the aspects. So scaling up of the vaccine, the quality of the vaccine, see, serum is equated to the, I am very happy and we have done very honest efforts to become Indian MNC. You know, we could develop these vaccines very fast because of uh, the technology we got. We had never experienced that type of scale up. So our, I think, capacity is scale up of the vaccine and very fast at very fast speed, and that is how we could achieve the these figures when government of India.
You haven't answered me directly. So how many ingredients are required and where do you get it? And did you get it all from India or from outside? If you had all these things manufactured in India, how easy would it be?
See, Covishield was a very good example. Where is what they call as a time to market was condensed, and we could get approval also very fast. And of course, we could take help of a lot of Indian companies who are really doing a very excellent job. Only thing, for example, we could got a lot of vaccine tested by Syngene. We could do a lot of analysis of vaccines in Pune itself. So in Pune-based company. So apart from serum, we are developing these sources also, and that is how we could achieve. So it is a collaborative approach. We have got to see these results and figures.
Okay, I'll come back to you. I think you are still engaged. So, Raman, so Biocon Biologics is being built as a global manufacturer. So, what is the vision? Why? Because what are the you mentioned oncology and other. So, is that the company will take leadership in few products so that you can manufacture on world scale like the way Serum does in at least in the product categories you choose?
Yeah,
And
maybe.
then is it all dependent on all your supply chains are internally within India? You have to depend on foreign supplies also to make these products.
Yeah, maybe two parts of your question. So I'll take the second one first. When we manufacture these biologicals, of course, we have these raw materials, which, we get purification resins, chromatography resins, and we have nutrient media for the cell culture. Most of these are available only from a few vendors across the globe, and we depend on that international supply chain in that perspective. When it comes to the drug product, either it is in the form of syringes or vials. Fortunately, India has a lot of suppliers, of international quality for these drug product components, right? And many of our products go also in devices, self-use device or used by the doctors in the office. And medical device components, of course, we do depend on some international suppliers. So today, our dependence is on both local suppliers as well as international supplies. And in my personal opinion, I don't think we need to have all of it indigenous. Obviously, we can depend on someone who is an expert and they are able to make available at an affordable cost, then I think we can depend on them. Only thing is, how do you make the supply chain more robust or resilient to handle situations that are, unforeseen? Now, I mean, COVID is a classic example. Nobody thought things would get disrupted so much, right? And still, specifically, the pharma industry is, sustained during that period. So we have to have a judicious mix of both, dependence on international and national supplies. This is number one. Resilience of supply chain is key. And coming to the first part of your question, historically, Biocon has grown based on its technology. We didn't choose products or disease segments, but we started off as an enzymes company. Our core strength was fermentation, technology, and we expanded on that core strength. We moved from enzymes to small molecules, still manufactured using biotech processes, and then we added proteins, insulins, relatively smaller molecules, and then the monoclonal antibodies, to our portfolio. So the choice of products have come from what we were good at and how we can apply to make, the medicines or the molecules more affordable. So that's how our a bouquet of products have had developed. And once you have a few molecules in the market, you tend to become choosy because you form your own marketing or partnerships, and then you go and meet a doctor, and then you try to choose in the similar basket of treatments. And the other perspective is that Biocon is well known for its biosimilars, but interestingly, our first monoclonal antibodies is a novel molecule. So it's for head and neck cancer. We launched in year 2006, 2007. We licensed the molecule, but did the entire product development for India. So being a biosimilar player, that also brings us, based on technology, can we group products that are made, but they might be used in different disease segments. So I think it's a mix of, these, being strong in the technology and try to use it, and also, being a biosimilar, build on the technology for various products. That's how our portfolio has, come up today what it is.
So, Dr. JB, I have a slightly different question for you, because last year, almost all the original innovators of remdesivir and other antivirals straight away licensed it for manufacturing to Indian companies. And earlier, in the case of hepatitis C and many other cases, because our companies can anyway quickly do it, they are straight away licensing it so that the quantities are available not just in India and many other countries. So is this model, because our companies have shown global level expertise in manufacturing of many of these biologicals?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much of it has happened for biologicals. And, I think remdesivir.
Yeah, so any other product category, because today they don't want to wait or, approach, at least get it manufactured by Indian company may be easier also, no?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, there are clearly certain areas across the entire value chain of, the pharma manufacturing where India has really proven its expertise. So those areas, I think whenever there is a demand, I think it, clearly comes very easily and quickly to us. I'll just touch upon, this, the supply chain point, if you don't mind, just 2 quick points. One, I think our dependence on, the external world outside of India for a lot of these raw materials is extremely high. And I think during the COVID time, I think it was really, really proved to be a big challenge for almost all manufacturers, right? We had a case where for one of our products, we had to use a couple of lipids. Not very simple, but not too complex either. And there was only one supplier in the world from whom we were procuring in Germany. And it turns out that, both the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccines, both of them use the same components. And there was a terrible shortage of, for getting this product. Now, this really is an area for, companies in India to, focus on opportunities like this. And, it's not just an opportunity. I think it's really a need where we can't afford to end up in situations like that. The other part, in the usage of all these raw materials, is the regulatory complexity. Sometimes when we develop products and when we, make the regulatory filings with agencies, we have to define what's the specific component that we use. And when there's a shortage, it's not easy to switch out. You have to, sometimes do some development work. Sometimes you have to get regulatory applications. So I think, the entire supply chain, raw material choose, there's a lot of opportunities for us to improve and, really to achieve some of these, big ambitious targets that we have. I think, there needs to be focus on those areas.
Okay, because this, as I mentioned earlier, our biological manufacturing will be about $20 billion at the most. We are here to reach 100 billion only from this. So, do the internal projections and what you are targeting and all will reflect this doubling of, tripling of opportunities in the next few years? Or because within this room are almost 40, 50, more than 50% of India's biological manufacturing capacity. So is the national optimism, Abel's optimism, Prime Minister's optimism, all, justified by your internal calculations or your projections?
Yeah, so basically, if you look at the biotech industry in India, and if you look at the last decade or half of 5 years period, what we've seen is India has proven to be a able partner on biosimilars, and Biocon is a very good example of it. We know for sure that the momentum of the industry is already there. So the growth rates that you're going to see from now here on are going to be much higher than what you saw before, because it's the investment over the last 10 to 15 years which is now paying off. Second part is that when I look at the CDMO space wherein we operate, what we see is we've been in this business of biologics for the last 10 years. And we did start with molecules which were on early phase, and now they are moving to commercial. So with the kind of infrastructure we have in India, amongst all the players in biologics, and the talent pool that we have, I guess India, most of us are pretty well placed for an exponential growth in terms of revenue. The third part is that with the COVID bit of it and serum actually coming out and producing billions of doses, and as was mentioned, in 4 months' time, we have demonstrated that we could be very agile and we could be compliant, because I guess most of the Indian companies are now US FDA approved or EMA approved, and they are selling biologics in the EU and the US market. Biocon Biologics being one of the front runners in those. And what we've also seen is, and again, I would refer to Biocon Biologics again, where they have achieved interchangeability for insulin analogs, which would typically mean that the amount of product that needs to be produced in India is going to be exponentially higher. So if I look at all of these, I think we are very well placed to have an exponential phase of growth in terms of manufacturing of biologics in India.
I have a set of last quick questions to the panelists. Before that, we'd like to take a few questions from the audience. If you can announce your name. Yeah.
Please stand up and announce quickly. Be very short so that more people get opportunity.
Okay, please speak. I will amplify it.
So my question is that to reach the $20 billion like of the biological manufacturing market to the $100 billion, really you talked about some supply chains. Since I am also in the fermentation field, when you talk about the indigenous, the making Atmanir Bharat kind of bioreactors, the probes, the sensors, and automation like PLC or HMI, we always depends on the abroad. So that may makes the cost of the production cost and the cost of the products like vaccines, biosimilars would be expensive. Could any of the company can focus on indigenous manufacturing of these, the disposable bags of 2D, 3D, and the sensors, especially the sensors, which is very expensive. Can any Indian company can manufacture in India, which can make the production or manufacturing of affordable, and even the product cost can be affordable?
Okay, if you understood, I think some of them answered it because they supply most of the ingredients and others are sourced globally from the best places. But the question is, if many of these equipments and other things are indigenized, will it be faster? Will it be even more cost effective, the products? Any of you like to take this?
Yeah, I think it's a very valid point. If the resources or inputs are available locally, it helps us to be more cost competitive in bringing out affordable medicines. In fact, India has a lot of components that are needed for biologicals. Not all of them, but many of, at least from manufacturing perspective, if you want to build a facility, you get right from basic infrastructure, the utilities or the bioreactors, and the downstream, equipment, and also the control systems. All of them are available in India. As I said before, we do depend on components that are coming out from abroad. Maybe that's where I said that we don't have to reinvent or manufacture everything. If something is available abroad but on an affordable basis, it's definitely good to pick up. I do agree. I think Dr. JB pointed out the supply chain disruptions because the governments interfered in the supply chain during the COVID situation, right? Because each of the governments were protecting their own turf. So I think that's an extreme situation. Otherwise, having a resilient supply chain, is the way to go. You may not have to manufacture everything in-house. Having said that, we do have a lot of, components or inputs available within India today for biotech manufacturing.
Any other question? Okay, quickly.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is for Biocon people. Is Biocon working on drug development for enzymes now also?
Can you repeat your question?
Drug development using enzymes.
Is Biocon
Okay,
working on drug development for enzyme?
Okay, if your question is, are we developing enzymes as therapeutic agents? Was that your question?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, we don't have any therapeutic enzymes as a part of our portfolio now. We do not have, we don't know what future will bring. 15 years ago, we didn't think some of the products that we manufactured today, we never, thought we would make them.
Maybe as an intermediate?
Intermediate, if you're talking about enzymes that are used in manufacture of biologicals, which are biotransformations, we do make our own enzymes and we do use them. We do buy enzymes and use them in the processes. But I was talking about enzymes as in direct therapy or drug. We don't have, but we use a lot of enzymes in our manufacturing processes.
Okay, so if there are
Please one.
Okay,
So
okay, sir.
you can talk to them later.
Okay.
Any other question? Okay, quick.
Hi, hello sir. Myself, Dr. Jyotiswar Reddy, Managing Director of Indus Gene Expressions Limited, which is located at Andhra Karnataka border. So my question is regarding generics versus IND, investigational novel drugs. So we know that India is completely dependent on generics. So where we stand regarding IND in case of advantages versus the negative impact from India's side? IND, investigational novel drugs, because India is completely dependent on generics, producing generics. We know that they are very good at. So my question is, am I audible now?
Yeah, better. Yeah.
Right. My question is generic versus IND, investigational novel drugs or new drugs, because we know that India is completely dependent on producing a lot of generics. So to reach maybe 100 million or more, so why can't we produce IND that will be, will be leader, worldwide leader, as well as what are our strength and weakness if you see Indian scenario? Thank you.
Yeah, so see, INDs, basically involves drug discovery, basically, right? And that's not an area that India has really been very successful at so far, right? And that's a very, very high risk, extremely time-taking, research. I'm not saying that we should not do it. I think now there are Indian companies who are doing it. It'll take time. So in the time frame that you have to get to $100 billion in manufacturing, I don't think IND is the right answer. I think we should focus on generics, biosimilars. There are probably several other opportunities. And INDs, I think we should, India should really build our strength on develop discovery research and filing INDs. I think it will take maybe a little bit longer. And you're really competing with companies like Merck and Pfizer who have been doing this for the last, I don't know, maybe 50, 100 years, right? So it'll take time to succeed, is my personal thought.
Yeah, I can just add to it. Like at Syngene, because we are a pure play CDMO, we do partner with our clients across the globe for novel molecules and getting them to market. And as I said earlier, we've been doing this for the last 11 years, and now we see the fruition of the whole effort, and we are seeing some of the molecules which were developed at Syngene, which are getting now commercialized in EU and US. So I think the CDMO route is where you would see that INDs filed by the clients, but the work done in India, that can happen, and the manufacturing can happen in India.
Okay, we have to wind up this session. Next speakers are waiting. So my quick question to all four of you, to make this 100 billion biological manufacturing happen, what should ABLE do? It's one thing you want us to take it up over the next few years to make life easy for companies like yours. Is there one thing we want, or everything is thanks to COVID set up?
I think, one thing I would say, I think, see, if you have to get to really much higher scales of manufacturing, I think we would need to increase our capacities. Right? Now, especially in biologics manufacturing, setting up new capacity, again, it's very, very capital intensive, takes time. And we know, countries like China, capacity expansion is growing extremely rapidly.
So
I
you
think it's
need
high time that we should
government
start.
support for this, for able to take it up?
Yeah,
or
I think,
it's an internal.
Getting all the regulatory approvals that are required for setting up new facilities, including even like wastewater treatment. So many things that, government approvals are required. So all of that, getting that facilitated quickly.
Speed up the regulatory process.
Yes.
Raman? Okay.
Maybe if you can help us divert the bright students to biotech. Everybody wants to code nowadays. So if you can, help the education system to support the ecosystem. I know ABLE already does, a lot of work, but the talent pool, we believe is a key, enabler in the coming years. We find that increasingly people, the students, opting for non-biotech, I would say, but it is one of the needs of the hour. Yeah.
Okay, ABLE has been conducting Voice for BT public speaking contest to identify most talented biotech students for 10 years.
I think you have a talent pool of 100 from us. You take it. We'll be happy to send all of them to you.
Excellent.
Dr. Avadkar.
See, what I feel personally, don't take it otherwise. Able can do lots in this area, and
My president is
one
sitting
is
here.
uh, actually the training of the people, because there are a lot of shortage of the trained people available in the country as on today. Number two is representation to the government of India. See, if we go, what we found that if we go as an organization, it makes a big difference than the individual companies. So whether it is an individual or even companies also, it makes a big difference when you go as an organization. And third is, last I would put, is is able can help in uh, identifying the products also to the industry which can sell in the world. And I know a couple of products which can boost up the export of the country. And the whole key of the I'm sharing a lot of secrets of serum, because I have grown for 50 years with serum. So I'm sharing, and these are all young entrepreneurs, I find. So what I feel is an export, if we can potentiate, able can do lots in this area.
Thank you, Dr. Avadkar. On the other part, our President Krishnan, and we are working with many of the member companies to create a short-term skill course, so the students who come out of colleges get to work on this, hands-on the machine, some of the things before they join the company. So we are in the process of setting up, mechanism for a short-term training programs. Good for all men.
Yeah.
Okay. On that note, we could discuss for long, but we are out of time, and the next set of panelists are waiting. So thank you, Dr. Avadkar, Dr. Raman, Dr. Jabi, and Dr. Vikas for joining us at a short notice. Thank you very much. We'll continue afterwards, after this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the eminent speakers, for the wonderful session here. May I please request Mr. Suresh to give away the token of memento to our panelists.
I'd like to request President Krishnan to come and give that.
Okay,
Dr. Vijay
okay.
Chandra, please come.
So you please, you will have to. May I please again request Dr. Chandru to please come up on the dais and give the memento to Mr. Suresh. A big round of applause for all the panelists, ladies and gentlemen.
think the table should work for this, right? See.
Thank you, Dr. Ravedkar. He came from Pune just in time for this session and is going back right after this.
Just to remind all of you, all these sessions are recorded and they are also online. You can get back to the website bengalurutechsummit.com and view these sessions again. We will be starting our next session, which is about bioinvesting public-private partnerships. May I please request Dr. P.M. Murli, Chairman and Managing Director, Genome Private Limited, and a member of ABLE to please come up on the dais and take over the session, please. Yes. Thank you, sir.
So very good evening to all of you here. So this session is, I don't know how you view it, but this is one of the most important sessions in this conference. Not because I'm doing anything here. It is just because biotech is always connected with getting some funds in. And without funds and without a public-private participation, there is no way biotech is going to move anywhere. So today I have with me online, I don't know if she has joined. She has joined? Okay, so I have Dr. Radha Rangarajan, who will be doing the first 15 minutes, and she'll be doing the keynote address of this session. Then I'm going to have, I think you have to change all this to the next panel. Yeah. Hi Radha, this is Murli here. You are able to hear me. I'll just put you on very soon. Yeah.
I can hear you, and I hope you can see me now.
Yeah, I can. Just give me a second. Let me get the panel people introduction there. Can you put the panel one, please, so that the audience know who they are, right? You have that panel photos? Good. So these are the other esteemed panelists who are going to be here. Let me invite you in the same order there. Clarence, could you be on the dais here, please? So he's a partner from Trilegal, and he's going to be one of our panelists. Then let me invite Sanjeev, who's from Venture East, to come on the stage, please. Sanjeev. So besides these two other people, I'm going to be asking the two past presidents some questions connected with the funding area in India, particularly to Vijay Chandru on the aspects of academia, and then to Krishnan, who is striving to bring in a number of venture capitalists from outside for larger funding of established companies in India. So I will be having two other questions there. These two gentlemen said that they would sit there and not join the two vacant chairs, so I'm just leaving it there. So I will begin by introducing my good friend Radha. Sorry, she is now the director of CDRI, so I should address her with the proper salutations. So I would like to say Dr. Radha here. Dr. Radha and I go back a long way because she was in Hyderabad and I was in Hyderabad. We have interacted. Her science acumen is absolutely fantastic. And I know she's heading now an institution that needs a lot of the industry support, a lot of the industry collaboration, of which she's going to be talking about. Radha is actually from Stanford, and also her PhD is from Rockefeller. She's been into translation and research and development and drug discovery, diagnostic, medical devices sector for a long time, was associated with Dr. Reddy's. And then thereafter she went and founded, she's got an entrepreneurial gene as well,
and did Vitas Pharma, which was onto novel therapies for resistant infection. So even several years before we were talking about drug resistance, that was one of the areas she did. Then in 2020, she became the CTO at HealthCubid, a medical devices company. And then you know that she is recently taken over here. So Radha has also won the FICCI Award for Excellence for Women R&D as well. So I welcome her to the panel discussion today after she completes her keynote. She will be alive, so you can ask her questions as well. Radha, over to you.
Thank you, Murli. I think you'll play my video. So you can hear me? Yeah, we can hear you. Okay. I'd like to thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Murli, for the opportunity to present in this afternoon's session of the Bangalore Tech Summit. The topic of the session is bioinvesting, public-private partnerships. And I'd like to present my thoughts today based on my experiences across public and private sectors, and currently in my role as the director for the Central Drug Research Institute. So I'll switch to my presentation now. The real elephant in the room is about the profitability of the pharma industry. So if you look at the global pharmaceutical industry, it has experienced significant challenges in terms of profitability in the last decade plus. And the collective R&D spend of large pharmaceutical companies globally has been upwards of 80 billion annually. But when you look at the number of truly innovative medicines resulting from these investments, it remains small. And so this has raised questions about business and operational models, and really mechanisms for delivering drugs that address clinical unmet needs. So here is a pictorial representation of what is going on. So when you look at R&D spending, the track record starting in the 80s to about 2020, you can see that spending has increased from about 10 billion annually to 80 billion annually. So about 8 times. In the corresponding period, when you look at the number of drugs that have actually been approved by the FDA, starting around the early 2000s to about 2020 or so, the numbers remain more or less static between 30 to 40 approvals every year. So the bottom line is that R&D spending and new drug approvals have not really kept pace. And this includes biologics, which, as you can see, starting from 2000 onwards, that the number of biologics that have been approved has increased. But taken together, there is a real disconnect in spending versus output. When you look at what is happening with the spending, then you realize that about 31% of the cost goes into preclinical development, and the balance is really clinical costs, which have gone up primarily because there are increased regulatory requirements and the availability of patients, and therefore the duration of time for clinical trials has increased. So this is where the actual spending is happening with clinical costs. Now, when you look at what is happening in the big picture, for every 10,000 compounds that enter the discovery funnel, only one compound gets FDA approved, and this takes between 10 to 15 years. And for every 100 compounds that enter phase 1, only 12 get FDA approval. So you can see that attrition is very high, and this we all know. Attrition continues to be extremely high across all stages of preclinical and clinical development, which means that the industry really needs very, very solid strategies for sustainability. And this has included, and many strategies are being tried and have been tried, which include diversification of risk, going into generics, biosimilars, branded formulations, product diversification, so looking at life cycle management and alternate delivery systems. Outsourcing the R&D. This started in the early 2000s, and in fact, India is definitely a sweet spot for contract research R&D services. And then opportunistic in-licensing from small companies and startups. What I'd like to focus on is cost-effective R&D by leveraging industry-academia partnerships. And it's a way to spread the risk and share revenues. So if we reimagine the R&D pipeline, then you look at the early stage, which is hit to candidate, whether it's small molecule or biologics, the early, the entire preclinical development phase. This could be run largely through academia partnerships. And I'll tell you in a few more slides why that works even in India. Phase 1, phase 2 clinical trials, for example, could be run through partnerships with academic clinical units. And then, phase 2B onwards, I would say that is really core industry domain and will have to continue to be that, including taking drugs all the way to an NDA or approval with global regulatory agencies, and then marketing, sales, manufacturing, marketing, and sales. So one can actually look at a division of labor across academia to industry to eventually develop models which are much more sustainable and cost-effective. So if you look at what has happened in India, particularly during the COVID-19 period, you will see that there were several examples of products that came out of this industry-academia collaboration, including collaborations between CIPLA and IICT, Bharat Biotech, IICT, CDRI, with Biotech Desk, IGIB with Tata MD, and so on. So there are many examples where institutes or academic institutes have very quickly worked with industry to take products to market. So is India really ready for this model? And I put this slide up to show you that within the CSIR umbrella, and CSIR stands for Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, and under this umbrella, there are several institutions, and these institutions have expertise across many different kinds of products and technologies, which include small molecule therapeutics, biotherapeutics, phytopharmaceuticals, vaccines, diagnostics, medical devices, surgical devices, indigenized process technologies, and genomics. I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about the Central Drug Research Institute, which is where I'm based. This institute was set up in 1951, and it is focused on discovering and developing drugs, affordable technologies, and diagnostics. There are a number of therapeutic research areas which include microbial infections, parasitic infections, viral infections, cancer, metabolic disorders, endocrine disorders, neuroscience, and reproductive health. And in addition to having end-to-end discovery research capabilities, the Institute also offers services in the areas of medicinal and process chemistry, toxicology, pharmacokinetics, formulation development, and analytical chemistry. CDRI has a rich track record, 11 new drugs discovered and developed and taken to market, 6 tech diagnostics, and more than 80 process technologies. So CDRI has really contributed to the pharmaceutical industry in very, very fundamental ways. I should also say that the Institute trains manpower, which then goes into the pharmaceutical and biopharmaceutical industry, and that is an important part of our mission as well. And so we can do integrated drug development, starting from discovery all the way up to clinical development. Again, that would be with partners, but basically from even as early as target identification to establishing, to identifying candidate compounds, establishing mechanism of action, doing very, very complex computational biology to the pharmaceutical development. All of this is under one roof. And to just give you a flavor, this is what our drug small molecule pipeline looks like, where we have candidates in clinical development, and we have candidates in lead optimization to IND enabling studies for a variety of indications. This has all come from research that we've done in the Institute. We also have a rich pipeline of phytopharmaceuticals, and these are being developed as phytopharmaceutical products with the full dossier of toxicology and eventually clinical data. So this is as per CDSCO's guidelines, and this is to give you a sense of the very diverse and complex products that we're involved in. In addition to this, there are a number of platform technologies that are available for us to work with industry and deliver products together. So this is mostly in formulation development, and I'll just draw your attention to one or two technologies such as self-micro emulsifying delivery systems, nasal dry powder formulations for very rapid transport from nose to brain. So, and also corneal targeted, so ocular formulations for the outer eye. So we have these sorts of platform technologies which would very directly tie into industry needs. Then we have licensing co-development opportunities where whether it is small molecules or generics or novel formulations, there are different ways in which we could work with industry. And we also offer services like I mentioned before, and this could be in screening, in vivo models, toxicology. Also, we have a GLP accredited facility for doing toxicology studies, and a common research and technology development hub, which has been set up by it's been set up by DSIR, and we work directly with pharmaceutical industries, particularly MSME for pharmaceutical development. So, there's a very large canvas here to pick and choose from, and we worked with a number of partners over the years. But this is to leave you with the message that partnerships with academia could be very, very beneficial, mutually beneficial, I'll say, and it could be a pathway to accelerated product development for the industry. And it is my hope that we can really establish this as a viable model in India as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Radha, thank you there. So I'm going to start with the first question, and then I'll ask the audience also to seek a couple of questions. So if you remember, when we were together in Hyderabad, mine was among the earliest public-private partnerships that was built out of IICT. So in this room, you may not be able to see all of them, the leadership team of Syngene, then Biocon Biologics and Serum, and the a number of people who were part of the earlier panel are sitting in this forum here. So one of the questions that I keep asking is, in order to benefit how much, CDRI, what are the new things that are in place so that, these industries can actually use some of the infrastructure that you have built, as well as some of the platforms that you also showed here that can be useful here. So you have any take on it, like how can we fast track, how can we facilitate more industry reaching out to you for doing collaborative work?
Really, thank you for the question. Contrary to what people might think, it is really not that difficult to start a collaboration. I think from the outside, academia seems like, or the government-funded institutes may seem like a black box. But really, starting something, putting a proposal together, and carrying out joint research and development is simpler than you might realize. So it is. It takes all it takes is sort of a reach out. I mean, in this case, to me or to our business development head, and the ball is set rolling. It is very much a decision that is made locally at our level, at the institute level, whether or not it makes sense to do something together. Also, in the last decade or so, in the last 5 years, particularly CSIR, that is the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, which is the parent body that funds all 37 institutes across India. There are very clear guidelines for how to participate in industry, along with industry, in either co-development models or sponsored research models. So this is all already in place. And the message here is that we are open for collaboration.
Wonderful. Thank you. So any questions from the audience for CDRI? Yeah, please. Can you have a mic and announce yourself as to who you are, and only one question, please. I have two other panelists here. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yes, as a PhD scholar, I am very keen to ask one simple question. She said she wants to leverage the academia and industry relationship. So, is there any plan she has to execute that? Since the academic institutions, they don't have any guidance to reach the industry for the partnership, ma'am. So,
Okay. Yeah.
is there any?
Thanks.
Okay,
We understood
so-
the question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Our mandate, especially for a CSR institute, is very much to work with industry. In fact, our very mission is to translate research into products. So this impression that academic institutes, particularly like ours, are not really geared up for collaboration, and this is really a myth, and this is an impression I'm hoping to dispel.
Thank you. Any other questions from here on the audience? Otherwise, I'll take the panel. Radha, if you can stay back, and there will be something
I'll stay
more.
back.
So let me give the other two a chance. Kindly stay back, and towards the end, we'll come there.
Okay,
So the format is going to be very simple. I'm going to start with the person who's next to me, Clarence. And I will never try to do an introduction. I will allow him to self-introduce. But what I am going to be broadly asking him is something that I want the audience to relate to. So there are several challenges for an investor when he comes in to invest into a company. So for example, I'm going to ask Sanjeev at the end, when is my company really ready to meet a venture capitalist? It might sound very innocuous, but that is a question that we all must be able to answer before we even reach out to some of them, because otherwise we could be getting a permanent no at all these places. And kissing more frogs does not necessarily mean that you actually are successful unless you start looking inwards. So that's the way you have to go about. So Clarence, I have a few thoughts here. One of the things that India has always had a big problem is in terms of the intellectual property. So we have had two parts to our lives. I mean, always in India, everything is sort of in a binary fashion. We are very, very good and very, very bad. So the time I started working in ABLE, the patent offices were at its infancy. There weren't people, there were no examiners, there were no nothing. And then by the time I completed my tenure, it was one of the most big offices. All staff were in place, and everything was fast track. Things got to be very good. But then there is always this question of, oh yeah, the IP landscape in India is not good. What can we do? What should we do, etc. So that is one thing. How much does that play as a very important factor when it comes to investment? That's number one. Number two is that whenever we start looking at investment, there's always this founder who comes in. Many times the founder is not sure what's going to be his lifespan there. Is he going to be liked? Is he going to be retained? Is he going to be shunted out by the next set of people? And so when he starts believing that he is the relevant person to have created the company, and suddenly finding himself out in the cold one day without knowing where the road ends and what did he do wrong to be shunted out. So how is those founders type of dilemma are you handling, and how many of them are you handling every single day? So that is something that we would like to know. And in general, the third question, and that's the last for you, is we have been used to taking funds from the public agencies like, BIRAC and DBT and DST, which comes from a different set of mandate. Whereas you guys have hawk-like LPs sitting on top of you, dictating how the fund should be working, the philosophies of the fund, etc. And when you try to map some of the foreign funds into the Indian ethos of all these guys who are sitting and starting, straight away there is one red flag that picks up all the time. There is always something that strikes out to be very different from the rest of the world. So How do you handle these three questions? And after a brief introduction about yourself, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm a partner at Trilegal. It's one of India's largest law firms, and my focus areas are corporate M&A and private equity. So I can speak to some of this with some experience. So maybe allow me to take the last question first, the one on investments. I think the investment landscape and the types of players that we see, actively participating in India has evolved quite rapidly over the past few years. And there are a lot of investors today with a lot of focus on India, which are the kind of investors that are well suited for this space, which is long-term investors like sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, and so on. There are now, unfortunately, a lot of these are foreign investors, and the laws in India currently governing inbound investments into India, which is our exchange control laws, they don't currently deal specifically with biotech as a separate class. The only one place where they do it is in the context of foreign venture capital investors, which is a separate sort of bespoke class, very useful, but not the most accessible route. What would be great for the purposes of encouraging foreign investment into the space is that we consciously try to update those laws to bring in specific provisions that are tailored to the space, that make investing for these sorts of investors more attractive. For instance, types of instruments, especially for investors which are willing to have a long gestation period and are not looking for a 3 or 5 year exit. Investors who are willing to stick with the R&D phase of the biotech and sort of target. So that's one sort of one piece. I think fortunately, we don't really have very, very robust laws protecting that business know-how, trade secrets, and IP. And any industry or any business that's very, very focused on IP and research needs a fair amount of protection for that. And in reality, when we have to deal with foreign investors looking at this space, we have to tell them, you're primarily relying on contractual comfort. So that's one of the main areas of focus, I think, that we really need to give comfort to foreign investors on when investing in India. And finally, on founder rights and founder role in the business, I think that's one place where the fact that we've had sort of sophisticated foreign investors and domestic investors invest for a period of time in India, we've developed some pretty robust market standards around investor rights and founder rights. And as long as we sort of stick to those broad formulations, whether it's around good leaver, bad leaver constructs, board management, devotion of time covenants for the management, protection for vested shares and unvested shares, and so on. Constructs that are now well established and well accepted in the market, as long as biotech firms pick up from the larger market space of companies that have looked and obtained venture capital or private equity capital, I think founders in India will be very well placed. But it's important that they stick with good, strong market standard documentation. On the other hand, if they were to sort of go into this blind on the same basis, or I mean, the idea is if they don't structure their employment terms and their shareholder rights in a robust fashion, then the outcomes from the investment may not fully match for that founder their expectations when they brought in the investor in the first place. So those are my sort of broad thoughts.
Good. Thanks. So I now go to Radha, who's on the online. So the question is a very simple question. So how robust is your translation service out of CDRI? And also how, I mean, there is always this concern when we deal with academic institutions, how careful are we with the IP? Is there going to be a leakage? Is there something that could happen or terribly go wrong? You know, that's something that anybody could have. So could you comment on these two points, Radha?
Sure, Murli. So I think there is a general distrust which goes both ways. So sitting here in academia and looking at industry, there is a general sense in academia that, oh, we generate IP and what will happen? And from industry, likewise, right? So I think there is a general sense of distrust overall in this environment, which is the first thing that needs to be addressed. But let me say this, IP is taken very seriously, and protecting intellectual capital is one of our mandates, in the sense that we do not want to infringe, nor do we want to be somehow left high and dry, you know. So the need to protect capital, intellectual property is well recognized within the system. By the same token, respecting others' IP is very much also a part of the thinking. The place where IP comes into question most in India is when we invoke things like compulsory licensing, or we decide that there is a need to perhaps there is a reason, or there is a national requirement which should because of which IP considerations must be set aside. Those are really outside of the realm of what we do here. But in terms of IP protection and in terms of respecting others' IP, this has never been, I think, a problem on the academia side. There is no question about. I mean, I can't think of instances where where academia may have taken from industry and being unfair about it. So, Murli, do you have a context to the question?
Yeah, no. See, the worry that always goes with when you do see, most of these things will have to come first into the market, and there is always this worry that the more people outside know about something, the more it becomes transparent, or somebody is not going to have that. So a lot of the foreign companies, as you know, Radha, they like to keep all this in a box somewhere, and they don't like something to come out. And that's how we always, I mean, you have worked and I have worked, we code things like X212897 or something like that, and a lot of these things don't even mean a number. So I just wanted that reinforcement from as you are the director, stating that, that just guys, don't worry, just reach out, we know how to handle the IP. So that's the message that I actually wanted to come from you, and which you have done. Yeah. So thank you so much for that. So you can please stay on. I am now moving on to my next panelist here. Sanjeev, his firm had invested in 2006 in the early days when I was also one of the founders of a company. And that was when his colleague, who's senior colleague and senior partner, and even today, with a lot of respect and a lot of fondness, because I know him too well, can say was a maverick. And the way he could come into the biotech sector and start investing in technologies which were completely new, like mine. The platforms that we were building were very, very new. Nobody had a clue whether it could be scaled up. That's when these guys came in. So I'm very pleased to have Sanjeev here. And your three questions are on this. The first one, which I mentioned, everybody here wants to know, when am I ready to meet you? I want a very good clarity. Every time I come, please don't shoo me off. I need to know, when should I come to you? What makes me ready to come to you? That's number one. Number two is that, you see, Kiran also alluded to in our meeting that Krishnan organized at ABLE, that one of the major problems is that the fund life cycle is very, very short. And so what happens is we don't have biotech in the radar of many funds, simply for the reason like what he was also mentioning is it is not long enough. And so, what do we do? Because the LPs tell you, close this fund. And so that is where I'm going to be asking this question to Krishnan, because he's bringing more evergreen funds to come in to this country, which is very good. So I'm going to be asking him that question. But I would like to ask you that. So what are you going to do to, mitigate that problem? The third one, I think, Sanjeev, we have been discussing for quite some time, and this is about the type of funds that comes in to fund you, meaning the fund of funds, where, these, for example, the Canadian pension fund is a very well-known fund. So it keeps funding a lot of people. There are other pension funds that are enabling in other parts of the world. And these guys generally have a very long gestation in mind. I do remember I had an investor who was into yours from LIC. And I do remember when I stand in front of the poster, the type of questions he was asking me. So I was almost about to say that, we give this, at our age, we give something called as an existence certificate, just to say we are alive. So almost all those questions were asked as an entrepreneur to me. So what is your opinion? Is it good to get those type of funds into your system, which we call as softer in nature? Or do you think that they will be more aggressive than your LPs because they are worried that these are pension funds? So these are the three questions for you. Please introduce yourself and then do these three questions.
Hi, my name is Sanjeev. We've been one of the longest standing venture capital firms in the country, and we are completing 25 years this year. And for a long time, we've backed technologies, what we call, there are two spectrums. One is incremental innovation that happens, and the second is, innovation that happens that can, really revolutionize or disrupt something. And we've always been at the later end of the spectrum, where could we back companies that can make, long-standing, meaningful difference? I think, we deployed about close to $150 million to $200 million into early stage life sciences. We've had some decent success, if I may put it that way. Gland Pharma, which is now listed. We were the first institutional investor there. Evolva, which we bagged, when Murli was, running that. And Onconova, which got listed on NASDAQ. We had Richcore that got acquired by Loris Labs. And a long tail of, companies that were trying to build an India-US corridor, research and innovation that was across, preclinical stage, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, medical devices, etc. So I think, Murli, just want to sort of, I think, give a roundup of the ecosystem where we are. For a long time, we kept questioning ourselves, are we the only ones who are the smartest out there to fund, such deep innovation in India, or are we the fools in the market, going after something like this, right? We've had, this question keep coming again and again is because, before we come in, there is not enough, public, funding that's available that can help us see a larger filter of deals, that we can back. And once we come in, there is, a vacuum of, non-existent mid-market and late-stage, funding ecosystem in India. And the reason why, that is out there is because, when somebody looks at a consumer services company, a tech-enabled consumer services company, it can be very regionalized. You could have an Uber in the US, you could have an Ola in India. But when you're funding something in the biotech, medtech space, you're actually competing across the world. And your competition is not really in India or in the research institutions in India, but you're actually competing against some of the best, probably in markets such as US and Europe. And that's where we decided to actually build this US-India corridor or the Europe-India corridor to actually figure out if innovations that can be backed in the US that will have market applications in India, or innovations that are being developed in India can access, the public markets out there, because we did not see a series B, C, D, all the way to F, G, investors out there in India. And the reason is because when most, LPs look into us, that leads to the question, right? When most LPs look into us, we're all designed as an 8+1+1 or a 10+1+1. So we either have a 10-year fund life or a 12-year fund life, and you typically get 6 to 7 years to exit. And it doesn't fit in with any new drug innovation, which typically takes a decade and a half to see. I think some of the statistics out there, which Radha kept in, where you see one drug getting an FDA approval out of few thousands or lakhs of molecules that are being developed. So no LPs at the later end of the system are designed to do that. And that's where we would actually like to have again the public ecosystem coming into place to do some of the difficult work that happens at the early stages. Today, unfortunately, what has happened is, back a decade back when we used to fund, we used to believe that, if you achieve a phase 3 trials, you're ready to be acquired. Sometimes it happens at phase 2, sometimes it happens at phase 1. But today the market is basically saying you commercialize the product, get to a certain revenue. Don't remain at the lab scale, move towards commercialization. Sure. And that's where, the things begin to fall, is because most of the people that we back are innovators. They're not really people who understand go-to-market, who can, sell this. And this constant, being on the treadmill of, trying to meet clinical milestones, but also running out of money, not just, the entrepreneur himself, but also the funds that back them, right, is something that has been difficult to solve. And that's where we believe that, what the government has done for a few sectors in the country, I think they should do a lot more, where they should enable, researchers out of academic institutions to become entrepreneurs. Today, what is happening is, we have research that's in, closed doors. Nobody really knows the quality of that research, whether it is scalable, whether it is solving a large problem. Do they understand the path to clinical trials? Do they understand the path to regulatory approvals? All of this is missing. All of this is missing in the ecosystem. And what for a long time, we've held, conferences, meetings, tried to build close collaborations with academic institutions. To put it Murli, most of these are science projects. They're not really, things that can make or, break.
So remember, Radha is listening. So that is one of the things I wanted, because the next question to Chandru is also going to be slightly, I would say, sparkative, if you may call it. So go ahead, finish, and then I'll ask Chandru the next question.
So what I think what needs to really change is, just like how, IT services company began creating, product leaders out of India to build global tech products. I think we need something like that to happen, in this part of the industry. If you ask me, do you have an answer to that? I really don't have an answer to that. But, from a point of where we sit and where we see the ecosystem, in my view, nothing has changed in the last decade and a half.
Okay.
Nothing has changed for me to, if you would ask me, hey, Sanjeev, would you go and raise another fund to actually back life sciences? I would risk myself, to do that, because none of the enablers have changed. Nothing much has changed in the ecosystem. And I'm always on this treadmill from my LPs, which you have, been questioned by a few of them, because they never really understand this product. You have a lot of, pension funds that are coming to India, but nobody in the pension fund is going to, make an exception for me saying, can we actually do a 15-year fund, with 3 extensions? Because that's the duration of which, a novel drug takes its time, to see itself. Nobody would make an exception. So I think that's where, the ecosystem on the funding side is fairly established. Nobody in that ecosystem is going to go and make an exception for me, unless some of the pharmaceutical family offices come and dedicate, a 2-decade fund, that they would want to see results. Because what also happens is, none of these companies are revenue generating companies.
Yeah.
Nobody understands them.
Yeah.
None of the LPs understand them. So I think it needs to come from the industry, people who have actually seen success of, building this entire ecosystem.
Correct. Thank you. So because one of the things the audience must know is our 0.4%, 0.5% of the public funding that we actually get from BIRAC and DBT is on par with the rest of the world. Unfortunately, the one which Sanjeev mentioned is what is missing, is that the private people funding, coming in and funding and improving it to get to a 2.1% of the GDP is unfortunately missing. So the more and more private players come, the better it is. So Radha, very, very quickly before I go to Chandru. So one question is, guys, you are doing science projects or is there serious projects coming out from your place? That's the question. Because we also want to be sure that the investors should be happy about it. Very quick response.
So do you know that we have mission mode projects inside CSIR? Right? You don't know this, and I think this is the kind of lack of information that exists between what is going on inside government and what is going on in industry. So the mission mode around cancer drugs, mission mode around drugs for neurodegenerative diseases, these are all funded within the government by the government system to develop drugs, not just do some science and establish some mechanism of action. There is very serious effort to identify compounds, take them into clinic. There is an understanding that the ecosystem is underfunded overall, and therefore government has to play a bigger role. But the government will play a role only in those areas which are of priority to the citizens of India. Right? So, for example, one of our mission mode programs is for breast cancer and for triple negative breast cancer on top of that, because that's an unmet need. And that really affects Indian women in very large numbers. In the same way, the government has funded other things. Look at the rotavirus vaccine story, or you look at even the COVID vaccine stories, a lot of public funding went into it. And the common theme in all of this was that there was a goal that everybody agreed on, and then money went into it in a very focused manner. So it's not true. Cannot think in a project mode. That is absolutely not true. But what is missing right now is this the ability to say, okay, we can go from A to B to C, and then from C to D, we really need industry partners. And how do we link hands with them? There isn't a very well-established process for it, and there is, like I said, there is a sense of distrust on all sides, which we really have to overcome. So 2 points. One is that no, things are really changing in academic institutions. There is very much a focus on taking things to creating products and not just doing basic research. Basic research continues to be funded, and CSR institutes are different from others in the sense that by our very constitution, we are required to do a product development. We are required to do translational work. So there's a very high emphasis on it. And the second thing is that academia is also really looking for industry partnerships. And there is a general sense of not being able to achieve that again and again and again. CDRI has worked with many pharmaceutical companies in the past, process technology. So this is an untold story, perhaps in the history of the pharmaceutical industry, where in the early years, when the industry was just getting going, a lot of the indigenous processes came from CDRI, which were transferred at very low cost to industry. And this formed really the basis, the foundation for a generic pharma industry in India. So it's been done before, perhaps it's forgotten, and now it's time to do that with more novel R&D as well. And I think the time is right now, because there's an understanding even from within the government and within the leadership that unless we are very focused and we really intend to develop products, a lot of this, there's the how do we account for the kind of spend that happens in the institutes.
Thanks.
So yeah, I'm optimistic. I believe that things are changing.
Yeah, thank you. So Sanjeev, that's one of the answers. So I'm going to Chandru very quickly, and then we will be definitely running out of time. but I have to ask him this question because it's quite controversial. He's a thought leader. I respect him for being one of the thought leaders of this country in putting up a lot of things. So this is the right time to kindle somebody on this topic. So I'm taking this liberty because he's my friend. Leaving aside the politics, on the first part, I'm going to ask him this question. So the Nehruvian model, Vijay, was that, you build. And this is how institutes like where Radha is sitting, CSIR institutes, and the number of CSIR facilities that have come up. So, there has been always a mixed reaction in terms of public perception that, this may not be a model that India should be pursuing, and there should be a model that they should be doing differently. So one of the stark things that we are doing differently from the other parts of the world is that a lot of what these researchers are in the higher innovation or higher studies center. Like, for example, from where like Radha came, Stanford, or like where you have been a professor, most of the research has been in those areas, meaning that the higher learning centers. So we never created a CSIR type of centers in the other parts, except a few of those. So do you think that, to get to Sanjeev, that, he says nothing much has changed. So do you think that's the change we should be looking at in the future, moving research gradually, using the fantastic manpower of CSIR push them into these higher education centers and start doing it? So it's your...
Yeah, I mean, thanks, Murli. I think before I actually respond to your question, I do want to acknowledge that as an academic, when I, stepped into entrepreneurship, Venture East was there. There were just a few handful of firms that were willing to look at professors and fund ideas that we had. But for us, the intermediary was actually trilegal. So, I mean, this is long before your time. Rahul Mathan was pretty much like a founder of Strand, and he came with us to all the conversations with investors, and so that gave us that confidence that we had an understanding of how to deal with investors. Now, as far as this interplay between academic research, translational, taking it to the translational phase, and then leading out, I think Radha had put up a pretty clear diagram. For example, in drug discovery and development, how in some sense the academia component actually gets up to, let's say, maybe a phase 2B, and then beyond that is actually something that industry takes forward. Now the question is, I think if academic researchers have to get onto that path, that the conversations, it has to be a pull also, right? It can't be simply a push from the academic side. And those conversations, let's say with CDRI, have to be happening very naturally, right? And, in the sense that they are deeply engaged with the academic research community and sort of motivating them to work on some of the critical areas that she mentioned, and actually take it forward. Now that, and of course, Radha is very familiar with how Stanford works with the whole ecosystem in the Valley, and how, even a very senior professor, I was visiting Tom Kailath in the Information Systems Lab, and how closely he interacts with industry, and how his PhD students get ideas from the CTO of Facebook, or, who are actually telling these kids what to build, right? And how to tweak their research to make it relevant, which problems to work on, and so forth, right? Now that whole ecosystem is missing. And I think actually if the CSR institutions and academic centers like NCBS, IISc, and so on, actually work out a much more integrated platform, that will actually be very exciting. And it's probably happening in some ways, but I'm going out to CDRI on Tuesday, so we'll continue this conversation with Radha, but maybe she has something to say.
No, good. So Radha, I have got the license to extend it by another 5 minutes because there's no panel after that. But my worry is that the audience should be still around. But anyway, the question to Krishnan is something that I wanted to ask. Particularly, there are two venture capitalists here. So you must be aware that there are a new breed of old venture capitalists now coming in, like Novo and the others. So majority of them are evergreen. So I don't know how to call that in a way. Is that good enough? Like you described that there's no 10 plus 2 plus 1, 1 plus 3 plus 4. So he's going to tell you that, and then you can also look at that. The evergreen fund part, Sanjeev, is that something that I liked about, and some of the people who were connected with the fund is also here. So Krishnan, could you throw some light? Is this going to improve some of the biotech funding? Because all the others have other type of responsibilities to their LPs. I don't call it limitations, responsibilities. So is this going to be path breaking that India is going to get some of those funds which we really craved, who should come in here and who have got a longer lifespan to look at biotech because of the gestation period? Over to you.
Yeah, first and foremost, I think you mentioned Novo Holdings. For the first time, they have invested in India in MedGenome recently. And Novo Holdings never went beyond, I would say, Copenhagen or Europe. Then they went over to US, and now they are coming to India very, very clearly. One thing what I would like to mention over here is there's a lot of pharma sort of discussion, which of course everybody knows is a challenge. What I would like to say from an investor point of view, and that's what I heard from some of these guys whom I have met and brought to the table over here, they didn't understand even about industrial biotechnology, for example, as a big opportunity. And a lot of them told us there is a need for education for these people to understand certain segments. For example, bioenergy. Bioenergy is gaining momentum in a very big way in India. There is really indigenous technologies and all that, something which they were hesitant. And today, for one of the companies where the technology provider, the share market has gone up from 50 rupees about a few years before, it's about 400. What it demonstrates clearly is sometimes the hesitancy coming from you all is very genuine, we understand, but I think there is a need for education to understand this. The second part of it, I would like to say, we were talking about, you were asking Chandru about whether India is different from the rest of the world, India is leading. One area which I would say we will be leading, we are already playing a very, very critical role, is alternative protein or the smart protein. We had a big discussion today. Actually, all those companies, startups in the Bay Area who got funded heavily, I would say, the reason I'm talking about it, very easily a few $100 million. Here we are talking about even 20, 30 million to get that. And String Biotech was the recent one where Ankur Capital, I think, had funded them. So it is a challenge here. And I would say that sometimes, of course, due respect to Dr. Radha, who knows about the government and the priorities, unfortunately, even food is a priority. And if we have to provide protein and the required desired protein away from animal protein, this is what it is to provide food for all. Something which I would also say from a government point of view, we need education to say that where is it it's required to support. And this segment, the way it is going about today, is going to lead the world from India. And these investors from the Bay Area has asked for innovation here in India, scale up in India, production in India. Why are they coming here if we don't have the capabilities? More than what our country could recognize, people outside does recognize the capabilities in India. This is what we are trying to tell some of the investors through ABLE, to tell them, guys, there is an opportunity. And at least some of them who have come to us have very clearly told us, let us know which are the potential investors. This is only a positive news for you. All I can tell is we need to push from the biotech that, of course, the pharma segment, it's definitely the gestation period is longer. But some of these segments I'm talking about, while it takes a longer period, but then definitely there is a success. And alternative protein is one area which you guys should
Thank you,
definitely
Krishna.
look at it.
So,
No, I totally agree with you. In fact, we backed Richcore Life Sciences as one of the first investors ever. Went after multiple pivots to animal origin-free proteins. They found success there, and they exited to Loris Labs, right? So there are these niches, but are they large enough for one to see? Because when we look at it, right, it's a binary outcome. In a services company, you can get back some money, okay? But in a biotech, in a med tech, these are binary outcomes. Either it is zero or it is, multiples of something.
No, but here it's different. What I would like to tell you is even a 10 million liter fermentation capacity is possible in the next 3 years with an investment of $500 million US, the revenue of $1 billion US every year. I'm just talking about 10% of what's required in the world. So that's where I'm saying that sometimes you may not have an idea about what it is. It's good to probably talk to the industry, and that's what probably we should do in ABLE to project all this.
So leaving that aside, I mean, I think we are just having the audience there. I would request Clarence to have his final comments, and then Radha, very quickly, your final comments after Clarence, so that, I have to conclude this session. But I always know that, this is an area which requires larger time frame. Unfortunately, we don't even need an audience for this, actually, to be honest. Everybody is a participant. So, but I can't do that. So, Clarence, over to you. And then to Radha for the final comments.
Yeah, thank you. I think final comments, the sector seems exciting. I think there's, with the recent proposed changes also to the biodiversity laws, it's bound to sort of drive investment, at least more appetite for investment. I think there has to be greater focus on M&A as well in this space. I think there are some clear barriers to that, and I think that is one of the areas we need to focus on. But I think there is, we can see movement, at least from the deal making side.
Any closing comments?
No, I think one thing I would say is we definitely need innovation, that needs to scale. It definitely requires not just public participation, but it requires private capital participation. And the reason why I say private capital participation becomes very important is because it is about taking these products globally. And that can only happen with private capital, not from India, not from domestic fund managers alone. You need some of the best blue chip investors coming into this country to back. And I think when that private capital ecosystem sees some of the enablers, right, I think, we will see definitely large scale outcomes coming out of India. But I think we just need a little bit of, enablers that need to fall in place for this to materialize.
Point taken. So,
we need able to enable it.
Point taken. Radha, your closing comments?
Sure. I think picking up from where Sanjeev left off, I'll say that the time is now right, perhaps for ABLE to create a consortium that consists of academic partners and industry partners, select common goals to work on, where the public sector, the public funding can also come in, and the aim should be to go all the way, and not just to do, not just to get to some intermediate spot, but to actually go all the way. And we should look to the space programs in this country as inspiration, because they've actually managed to do this time and time again. And I'm a big believer in mission projects. And I think if we layer this with public-private partnerships, I think we can do novel and pioneering research and development in India. And I continue to be optimistic and a believer of that.
Thank you, Radha. And we will allow Chandru to continue the discussions on Tuesday.
Yes, indeed. Look forward to seeing. Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I am sure there's nobody younger to me in this room, at least from where you can see me here. So I have one piece of unsolicited advice. This is a game. This biotech entrepreneurship is like rugby. Okay, it's not meant for children who will get hurt and who will sob and who will cry and all that. So this is exactly not for that. So you have to have the adrenaline pumping 24/7. You should not sleep. you should never be afraid. There will be no money tomorrow morning, and there'll be loyal staff waiting for you to come and still say good morning to you, hoping that their life is nothing is at stake, no problem. You might have heard from these guys that you are fired, but we can't even say that we are fired. So this is a game which is meant for those rough and tough guys. So if you are in it, surf. You will definitely come out on the other side. And even if you do come out on the other side, you don't know whether you're still tall enough, because there are people who have surfed bigger, higher waves also. So this country's bioeconomy, unfortunately, needs that sort of big waves that has to be surfed. So Kiran has been one, Chandru, Krishnan, all these people have done this once, and we are still trying to do it another time, and so on and so forth. And we never learn. Every time we go out and get hit, we come back, start another entrepreneurship, feel very proud about it, and still go back to the same guys. And they also treat us very nicely. But the point is, this is something that you all have to learn, and learn to be very strong. Okay, so all the best to all the budding entrepreneurs. And if you have to catch them anywhere after this, please do so. And thank you, the organizers. I have to say that they have done a splendid job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
May I please thank the panelists for this most interactive session that we have had. Could I please request Dr. Murli to give away the mementos to our panelists? And
That's wonderful. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Dr. Radha, madam, to joining us.
My pleasure.
May I please request Mr. G.S. Krishnan to please come up on the dais and give the momentum to Dr. Murli. Could we please pose for a quick photo, sir?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yes. Yes. Before I can call it for the day, I would like to take the pleasure of thanking all the participants and the audiences for being so inquisitive with their relevant questions. I would also like to thank ABLE, CCAMP, and KITS for collating these knowledge-packed sessions with eminent panelists all through 3 days. With this note, I shall call it a day and close the session for the Biotech. And please, sir.
Thank you. I think, as the chair of the bio track, I think this was our last session for the track. And I'd like to express my appreciation to the audience first, because without you, there are no sessions. Obviously to the speakers, to the panelists, and the organizers, and there was a program committee, including members of ABLE, and they all contributed. And in some sense, this is my swan song. I was threatening to retire from this post, which I've been carrying for several years now, for some time, and I was requested by the government to do it one more time because this was the 25th anniversary. So, it's been an incredible honor to put together programs like this, and so thank you all.
So our next session will continue at the main hall, which is going to be Innovators Conclave. That is going to be a panel discussion with startup icons, followed by Bengaluru Impact Awards. Thank you very much and have a safe evening.